All right. I get information from Jazz and Dasha that indeed the YouTube is live and we're streaming onto YouTube. This is the very first time we're doing this smell, taste, and temperature symposium, and we're really happy to kickstart this whole thing, and we're really happy that you're here. My name is Pedro Lopez, and together with me is also
Jazz Brooks. Sorry, I was checking the signal for YouTube. So Jazz Brooks from the University of Chicago's Human-Computer Integration Lab.
We're really thrilled to have you here today on the symposium. We have a lot of people registered. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. We have a lot of people registered, and let's see how many of them show up. So this is an experiment for us too. We have 255 folks that have registered their interest. Many of them are watching this through YouTube. Many are watching here on the Zoom. But we're very, very happy that so many people are interested in smell and taste and temperature, which is obviously also topics that are quite important for us, and also that they come from many places all over the world. So I'm really going to try for a whole day to avoid saying things like good morning and stuff like that, because everybody's in a different time zone. We have this symposium centered around 11 talks from the CHI 2020 conference. If you're not familiar with the ACM CHI conference or with the human-computer interaction field, this is kind of the premier venue of our field as researchers in human-computer interaction. We really want to go there every year, and it's about 3,000, 4,000 people that get together. This year, it was scheduled to be in Hawaii, and it was canceled, obviously, due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so there's been a lot of really interesting symposiums kind of popping around in a do-it-yourself fashion. And Jazz and I thought about collecting these works that relate to smell, taste, and temperature in their own symposium. And so we are really happy that we have these 11 fantastic papers right here in 3 sessions. Obviously, one is smell, one taste, and one temperature. You should be able to see all the schedule right on your screen. These are obviously Chicago times, so feel free to convert that into your time zone, or just check the page that is on our event page to kind of convert it easier for a time zone. There's breaks in between, so don't forget that. I'll let Jazz introduce the session chairs, which are amazing people.
So we're really lucky.
Before that, Jazz, Pedro, I think previous slide, the taste and temperature sessions are interchanged.
Oh,
right?
yes, thank you.
Very good point. Awesome.
Yeah, so temperature will be
Live
at
editing.
1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. And then taste will be taking place from 6:30 to 8 p.m.
There you go. I love the live editing.
So we're really lucky that each of our sessions has a fantastic moderator. And we're thrilled to have Emmanuel Maggioni from the University College London, Roshan Paris from Rochester Institute of Technology, and Nimesh Ranasinghe from University of Maine. They're all joining us, and they're absolute experts in each of these modalities.
Also emphasize that the objective of the symposium is really to connect people together, right? Not just the 11 authors, which, you can totally engage with them, ask questions and all that, and I'll talk about that in a second, but everyone attending. We know that the folks that are attending are not just from the human-computer interaction community. We know that there are folks out there that are artists that critically examine or use smell, taste, and so forth technologies in their artwork. We know there's practitioners and industry folks interested in these technologies, and there's also inventors and creators of these technologies out in the audience. And so really this event is for watching the talks and, engaging with this great work, but also feel absolutely free to have side talks amongst yourselves. At the CHI conference, we normally don't disrupt the talks by talking to someone else, but here it's really welcome to kind of reach out. So Zoom has a feature that we've enabled, so you can talk directly to any participant. You, of course, are also free to have talks in the main channel, so you just click chat with everyone, you can do that. And for those watching over YouTube, we're pasting all the questions that you ask over there onto the Zoom. So the session chairs, like Emanuela, who's our first session chair, will be able to see those and relay them to the authors, and you can engage. So really see this as an opportunity to engage and maybe make new friends or new collaborators in the areas of smell, taste, and temperature. That's really what we want to get out of this event.
So we couldn't have done this alone, and we'd like to take a minute to thank all the Zoom moderators and YouTube moderators that we have right here with us, including Dasha, Svetlana, Jasmine, Yuchia, Alex, and Shanyuan from our lab. They're really helping out a lot throughout all this adventure. And without further ado, Pedro and I will pass the microphone to Manuela, who's going to take us through the first session of today on olfaction. So after the session is done, there's going to be a panel discussion, so stick around for that. And then we'll be having a break and returning at 1:30 p.m. CDT Chicago time. but feel free to stick around during the break if you want to just use the space to chat and talk with others.
Fantastic. So I'm really thrilled to share this session with like a lineup of wonderful papers. And I would like to start with the first one. I will drop the ball virtually to Dmitry. This is presenting with a video the work Carorama therapy, and we are ready.
Have you ever experienced road rage or felt angry while driving a car? I might have a solution for you. Hello, my name is Dmitry Dmitrenko. I am a researcher at the Skylab and a teaching fellow at the University of Sussex. My paper is entitled Carorama Therapy, Pleasant Scents Promote Safer Driving, Better Mood and Improved Well-Being in Angry Drivers. We live in a fast-paced environment, and it is often difficult to avoid anger-eliciting situations, both on the road and before we actually get to the task of driving. Angry driving leads to road traffic accidents, and car manufacturers have developed a number of tools that help the driver avoid such situations. One of the examples for that is the lane departure warning system. Systems of this kind warn the driver mostly using audiovisual notifications. A recent marketing research study conducted by J.D. Power suggests that nearly a quarter of all drivers find such alerts annoying, and more than a half of them actually switch such alerts off. Academic research suggests that auditory stimuli may get annoying, visual warnings may cause distraction, and most efficient notifications are actually multimodal. Since using multiple modalities and multiple senses is the key, why not using the sense of smell to interact with the driver? What makes the sense of smell even more interesting is its very strong link to emotions and memories. But could olfactory stimuli help angry drivers too? To find an answer for this question, we have conducted the total of 4 studies. Prior to study number 1, we went to a science fair and asked participants to sniff and rate a set of 11 different scents. We then used this data to extract 4 scents for further validation. We expected each of these scents to occupy one and only one quadrant of the 2-dimensional valence and arousal space. In the positive valence low arousal quadrant, we found rose. In the positive valence high arousal quadrant, we found peppermint. In the negative valence high arousal quadrant, we found civet and patchouli. But in the negative valence low arousal quadrant, we found nothing. Consequently, we decided to avoid negative valence low arousal scents and only focus on the scents of rose, peppermint, and civet. For the control condition, we used water as a neutral stimulus. For the study number 2, we decided to use photos from the International Affective Pictures System as a set of anger-eliciting stimuli. We then asked our participants to rate how angry these pictures make them feel on a 7-point Likert scale. We found a statistically significant effect of pictures on the anger ratings and chose 3 most highly rated pictures as stimuli that would elicit anger in participants before they start the task of driving. In the study number 3, we investigated stimuli that would make the participants angry also while they are performing the task of driving. To tackle this challenge, we created a set of 12 on-road events that could potentially elicit anger in participants. We then asked our participants to drive through a course in which they would experience all 12 of these stimuli. Our participants were divided into 2 groups. The first group would only perform the task of driving, but the second group would be exposed to the anger-eliciting pictures from the study number 2 before they start the task of driving. After having completed the driving task, participants were asked to rate each of the 12 on-road events. As the ratings from the second group were higher, we decided to use them for the next stage. From this group, we selected 4 events that had the highest anger rating. Let me now show you how these events looked like. the study number 4, we used all the results that I have just presented to conduct a simulated driving experiment in which we studied the effects of sense on the drivers in an induced angry state. The results on the self-reported emotions demonstrated that the participants' emotional state was in the positive valence low arousal quadrant before the start of the experiment. However, after having viewed the IAPS pictures, their emotional state moved to the negative valence high arousal quadrant, and this shift was also statistically significant. This means that participants were in an induced angry state before they started the task of driving. In the driving simulator, we used a large 55 inches screen to visualize the road. We then had a smaller screen underneath to visualize the dashboard. We delivered the sense using plastic tubes, and the delivery nozzle was located just behind the steering wheel. Now, let me show you how participants performed when exposed to an unpleasant scent. As we have seen in this example, a participant who was exposed to a scent of civet was hesitating quite a lot, which finally led to an accident. And now, let me show you how participants performed when exposed to a pleasant scent. In this example, however, a participant who was exposed to a scent of rose appeared to be much calmer and passed the critical event with confidence without causing any accident. The results of this study suggest that those participants who were exposed to the pleasant scents of rose and peppermint experienced significantly fewer collisions than participants who were exposed to the unpleasant scent of civet and those in the control condition. We also found that the scent of rose resulted in significantly higher comfort ratings than in the case of civet. Overall, the scent of rose led to the highest comfort and liking ratings among all conditions, although these differences were not significant. As you might remember, after the procedure of inducing anger in participants with the help of IAPS pictures, the self-reported emotional state of participants was mapped onto the negative valence and high arousal quadrant. After having completed the driving task, the participants in the rose and the peppermint conditions experienced a shift of their emotional state towards the positive valence and high arousal quadrant. Participants in the civet condition remained in the negative valence and high arousal quadrant, with their arousal level going up. Participants in the control condition also experienced a positive change. However, the valence of their emotional state remained on the border between the positive and the negative sides. This means that the emotional state of participants in the rose and peppermint conditions improved despite all the anger eliciting events. In the control condition, the emotional state remained neutral, but in the civet condition, it only got worse. Our findings on the effects of sense on the driving behavior go in line with the related work, confirming that unpleasant scents lead to degraded driving performance, whereas pleasant scents help the overstimulated angry drivers calm down. Similar results have been found in the context of auditory stimulation, where it was found that music helps improve the driving performance only if the driving task is understimulating. When it comes to the effects of sense on the emotions and well-being, then the interviews conducted in the scope of our project have confirmed that there are interpersonal differences in the preferences of scents. For example, some participants might choose the scent of peppermint instead of rose as a relaxing stimulus because they associate it with refreshing and relaxing experiences. This could be easily addressed with the use of customizable olfactory interfaces. We have also seen that positive scents undoubtedly contribute to the well-being of the driver. However, a recent interview with a perfumer working in the automotive industry suggests that an in-car scent needs to be unbiased. This means that if we go for peppermint, for example, we might need to use it as a base note for a more complex blend of odorants. For the conclusion, I would like to highlight the significance of our work. According to NHTSA, 1/3 of all road traffic accidents are linked to anger. This means that reducing anger is a very important task. Pleasant scents could help us make angry drivers calmer, but we still require further studies with more participants, on-road tests, and a bigger sample of scents. Thanks for listening to my presentation. For regular updates on this topic, don't forget to follow me on Twitter.
Great, thank you very much, Dimitri, for the great video.
No
And
worries.
we have a question. So I'm going to read a question for you, Dimitri. I'm sure you can see it as well. Let me look. What do you think about the difference between the different scents you use in your work? This is a question from Pedro. Maybe Pedro wanna take the control and speak out. I can unmute you if you prefer. Brilliant. So we keep it a bit more natural interaction.
Yeah, if you don't mind. This was really
Absolutely
cool talk,
not.
Dimitri.
Thanks, Pedro.
I was wondering when you found those differences between you know, the smell of rose and the cooling peppermint and everything, what do you think is the underlying explanation? I mean, you hinted at different things, but it's hard to for sure to know what the main driving factor is. But I'm curious what your intuition tells you that it is, and I'm also wondering because you had several references for the emotional valence of all those, and do you think that's a priori thing? I enter the car already knowing that for me, this smell has this valence, this has this valence, or can that change in the context of that task?
I think valence is something that varies among individuals because even very pleasant scents are sometimes associated with negative experiences. Perhaps you happen to smell this particular scent when something bad happened, and then you are conditioned to associate it with negative valence. But arousal is something that works more in a more stable way across participants, I would say. Coming back to the first part of your question, I think yeah, valence and arousal of sense is what helped us achieve these results. And I think it's a good choice to pick one good representative from each quadrant. Yeah, that led us to having rose as, you know, as a calm, as a low arousal positive valence scent that is resulting in also calming and soothing experiences and fewer collisions. I think that was the key. But as I said earlier, the valence is something that could also change. For example, I mentioned the case with peppermint. Someone said that for them, peppermint is actually not aroused, but not positive valence, high arousal, but something that is actually soothing, because, you know, mint candies are rich, and people like to connect them with some relaxing experiences. Also, perhaps you drink a mojito and it's relaxing for you, not really arousing. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. So the timeline is kind of restricting somehow, so we have just a few minutes after each presentation. But what I'm going to do, I'm taking all the questions directly to Dimitri, and we can take it after when there is the plenary discussion, and eventually we can also take it offline to the single speakers. So I'm collecting the question from Miguel, Karen, from Moses, Henry, and we will keep track of that, and we come back at the end of every presentation, so we cannot kind of miss the timing of the overall symposium. So thank you again, Dimitri. It was fantastic, and it was a pleasure to see you virtually.
Thanks,
I will now, yeah, great. So we can then move on for the next talk. So we have a fascinating title presented by Andrea, Scent and Sensibility. So we are ready.
Hi, I'm Andrea Batch. I'm a PhD student at the University of Maryland, and I'm going to be talking about a CHI 2020 paper, Sense and Sensibility, Evaluating Informational Factation, that I co-authored with Biswax Pitnaik, Moses Akazu, and Nicholas Elmquist. Informational factation is the idea that we can use smell to represent abstract information. Why would we want to do that? Well, we can use smell to transmit information without requiring the user's visual attention if they need to be looking somewhere else, like while they're driving, for example. And this also applies to situations where the user can't see. Another application is in instances of slow-moving data or gradual processes, things that change slowly in real time but represent an overarching pattern that's relevant to a work process, like the hourly changes in a stock market set of indicators. So to start off, we should be clear on what, in general, informational factation is. So it's the design space and implementation of displays that use smell to convey abstract information. That's information without a natural spatial mapping, like the price of a particular stock, students' grades in a class, or the major that that student is enrolled in. So in a study like ours, where we're evaluating informational factation, we want to know not only if we can exploit the human olfactory system to convey features of data, we want to know how well we can do it and using what techniques. So I should belabor the point here before we move on that we're talking specifically about abstract information. We're not talking about, say, adding the smell of baking bread to a VR scene that's set in a bakery to enhance immersion. We're talking about representing data through smells in a way that supports data analysis. For example, making an increase in the Dow smell like mint, while a downturn smells like a lemon. And we introduced the concept of informational factation in our 2019 TVCG theoretical paper, and our main contributions there were in our task taxonomy, in our definition of a design space for olfactation, and in the prototype BizScent 1.0 that we built for the study. So I should give a little bit more detail on this as the background of our current work to demonstrate how this fits in together. Starting with our task taxonomy. So there were 5 broad task types in our taxonomy, and for each one of these I'm going to give a sort of natural mapping example just to illustrate what I mean. So information recall is sort of like when a smell brings you back to a childhood memory, for example. A smell can assist with information recall by having these associative memory bindings. Object localization and tracking is, for example, a bloodhound helping the hunter to track a fox. Feature detection and discrimination, for example, picking out nuances in the bouquet of your favorite wine. Temporal reasoning could be when you smell something new in your surroundings, and associative reasoning, which tends to be cross-modal. So it's been indicated that the scent of lemon, for example, makes people think of sharp and angular shapes. And that's what I mean by cross-modal here. So for our study, we decided to focus on feature detection and discrimination. And as a part of our design space, we introduced these 3 olfactory mark types. We have simple smell glyphs and the fragrance classes into which they fall. We have molecular bouquet or complex glyphs that cross classes. And we have airburst, which is sort of a pseudo mark that's part mark, part substrate or medium of conveyance. And because scent is so heavily cross-modal, the perception of smells depends not just on the chemical composition of the air, but also its aspects of the medium that it's conveyed to you on. Now, for the study that we conducted, we decided that it would be most appropriate to limit ourselves to evaluating the performance of discrimination tasks using only modifications of the simple glyphs and the airburst, so we drop our molecular bouquet. And when I say modifying it, I mean we use these different olfactory channels to change the way, change the smells that people are experiencing. So we have these 5 channels: direction, scent intensity, air flow rate, the qualities of the air like temperature or humidity, and the pattern of the mark or the smell that the user is exposed to, which is sort of like a meta channel, and then it allows us to vary the composition of the smells that the user is experiencing. So evaluating these channels was the primary focus of this study. So let's talk a little bit more specifically about our study design, which I should point out was pre-registered on OSF, which is a best practice for open and transparent methodology. And you can check out our pre-registered plan by going to the page on the screen here. So as I said, evaluating our olfactory channels was the primary focus of this study. We decided that we would be using a desktop display for our user session since it was the most practical and the least invasive approach. But the technical requirements of implementing this without a head-mounted display were onerous enough that we restricted our evaluation to our other 4 channels only. So we have our scent intensity, the airflow rate of the airburst, pattern, and specifically the scent type that's used, and qualities of the air. So specifically, we focused on temperature. And these 4 channels represent elements of our first experimental factor here. So we have one experimental factor. You probably guessed that we also have a second factor here that is the type of information that the user is trying to make sense of. So each task used an olfactory channel to represent data that was either quantitative or ordinal or nominal. And in other words, the user had 4 channels and 3 different types of data that they needed to explore all combinations of. And we wanted to repeat each trial that the user experienced several times to account for individual variations. So we have 36 trials per participant to answer our research question, which is namely how effective these channels are at conveying these types of information to the user. So who are our participants and what did we actually ask them to do and how did we support them in doing it? Well, we had 20 paid student participants aged 22 to 30 years old, and 12 of them identified as men, 8 as women. And we should talk about the apparatus. This is our how did we support them. And now in our theory paper, we introduced a prototype called VizScent 1.0. Of course, we just called it VizScent at the time, but we've since developed a brand new prototype, VizScent 2.0, for the purpose of this study. This is an olfactory display system that was designed specifically to evaluate our research questions. So VizScent 2.0 uses 24 different fragrance pods to vary the scent type and the intensity. It uses 3 airflow fans with variable speeds. It uses a Peltier module and a heating coil for temperature control. We used ultrasonic diffusers to vaporize the solutions of aromatic oil and water with varying fragrance and oil concentrations. This system was controlled by a tower that we built using an Arduino Mega microcontroller that we flashed with our C++ sketch and an application that we wrote in C# and Unity. The control tower walked the user through the experiment, first presenting them with a tutorial and then asking them 3 questions per experimental factor combination. Once participants were introduced to the study, they began the sessions with blocks of experimental factor combinations, so a combination of 1 olfactory channel and 1 data type that were randomly selected by VizScent 2.0. The system then played them a tutorial demonstration and afterward asked the user questions about randomly selected observations in a synthetic data set. The participants were run through 3 repetitions where they had to answer a question about the data. And after they submitted their answer, they gave a Likert value response for how certain they were about their answer. After 3 repetitions, the system either randomly selected another block of an experimental factor combination, channel and type, or if there were no combinations left, the participants exited the experiment. Users were asked questions like the one shown here, and they could respond to quantitative questions by moving the continuous slider, ordinal questions by moving a slider that snapped to the nearest value, and nominal questions by clicking on the button. The data that we used to evaluate task performance were Likert scale, self-reported confidence scores after each trial, a Boolean measure of whether the answer was correct or not, the magnitude of the error, where that was applicable, and these errors were normalized around a mean of 0, and also the amount of time that it took the users to respond to each question. We had 3 main predictions about how our experiment would turn out. First, we expected that users would have a better correctness when interpreting nominal data using the sent type channel relative to their use of other channels. And second, we expected that participants would have lower errors interpreting ordinal and quantitative data using sent intensity than they would using other channels. And finally, we expected that participants would have higher errors interpreting ordinal and quantitative data using the sent class channel or the sent type than they would using other channels. So let's talk about our results. If we look at the effects of different data types as a factor for user task completion, the error size and the correctness differences are negligible. There's also very little difference in the Likert scale responses to confidence. And the participants did take slightly longer to answer questions about ordinal data, but overall, there's very little difference across these different data types when taken in aggregate. Now, the result that we were most interested in were the effects of our different channels on the normalized error, on the correctness, and on the completion time or response speed for the questions the users answered about the data. We found that the error was higher for sent intensity in both ordinal and quantitative data, significantly so for the ordinal data. For quantitative data, we found that temperature had the best, that is to say the lowest error size, and it had a fairly tight distribution around the mean. Sent type had a higher error for quantitative data than the airflow rate or the temperature. Within our correctness measure, we found that sent type performed significantly better than the other channels for ordinal data, while sent intensity had a lower, that's to say worse, correctness than the other channels for ordinal data. Finally, we found that participants responded fastest to our questions based on changes in the airflow rate for all of the data types, while modifying temperature resulted in slightly longer completion times. And once again, that is for all of the data types. So in terms of confidence, the users felt generally more confident for the channels that had direct effect on the medium of conveyance, that is to say the air burst, than they did on the channels that directly affected the scent in the air, the scent type or the scent intensity. But most of the trials, the users felt a fairly high level of confidence about their answers. We also asked them about their experience. Participants found that our display was fun to use, and they thought that it was easy to adjust to using olfactory channels to interpret data once they got the hang of it, but there was a bit of a learning curve, and they felt that it wasn't very efficient. And that speaks to our notion of olfactation being a good medium for representing slow data. That's data that represents overarching themes or gradual processes. So we prefaced our results by mentioning a few predictions, and there were 2 main surprises for us in our results. First, the scent intensity did worse than we expected. We thought that scent intensity would be the best channel for interpreting quantitative data, but it turned out to be the worst channel for all data types. Second, we were surprised at how well scent type, or that is to say the pattern channel, performed. And we thought that it would be the worst channel for ordinal and quantitative data, but it wasn't. In fact, it was the best channel for ordinal data. And we predicted that it would be the best for nominal data, and that prediction did wind up being true. So to recap, we evaluated our theory of information olfactation. We built a really cool looking olfactory display system to do it. And independent of our olfactory channels, we saw very little difference between the user error, the correctness, or the completion time by data type alone. But when we evaluated our channels as factors, we saw that temperature outperformed the other channels for quantitative data, while scent type beat the other channels for ordinal data and nominal data. And that is our study. Thank you for watching. You can check out a preprint of the full paper at the link on the bottom of the screen, along with anonymized user data and all of our pre-registration materials.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Very, very interesting presentation and work. Congratulations, first of all. I see that Andrea already started to answer some questions directly in the chat. Also, Dimitri is doing that. It's fantastic, so we can keep track of the question in this way. But as Pedro said, please keep asking questions. We will answer at some point, if at the end of all the presentation, or even like we can take this kind of one-to-one discussion with the presenter. There are any other questions directly to Andrea, so we can, I see Carlos was asking a question about the type of information, and Andrea already answered. Andrea, do you want to add something to the comment?
Sure. So if you're talking about the, there's the second question about different levels of compatibility between data set types and analysis, and how we would control for habituation. So I guess I'll respond to that, or what? All right. So the habituation was a factor that we considered when we were designing our prototype, and there's evidence from empirical cognitive psychology and neuroscience that there's habituation after about 8 to 9 seconds of exposure to an olfactory stimuli. So we designed our user sessions such that the user would be exposed to the stimuli for that period of time, that 8 to 9 seconds, and then it would be cut off. And then before they were exposed to another stimuli, they would be forced to wait at least that period of time before being exposed to another fragrance or olfactory channel combination.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you very much. I think there are other questions. One I found interesting as well from Joe Fish is like, did you measure in somehow how cold was the stimuli? If you're like a kind of a measure that is not just a self-report, so can you quantify the coldness?
We did, and that information is available in the supplemental data that we've submitted along with our paper, and that should also be in our OSF materials page.
Fantastic. Andrea, I can leave you to answer the other question. They are direct to you, and I see also some questions that are more generic, but again, keep asking questions and we'll come back in the end of all the presentation. Thank you again, Andrea. Very fascinating research again. Now we are moving to the next paper is on-phase olfactory interfaces, and Judy will present with a video, but she will then be with us afterwards.
Hello everyone. Today I'll be presenting on-phase olfactory interfaces, which are miniaturized wearable devices that release a smell and that can be worn on the face. My name is Judith Amores, and this project was a collaboration with Yanan Wang, who equally contributed to this research. We worked together on this project at the MIT Media Lab with my advisor, Pai Mais. We're both PhD students graduating this year. This upcoming year. She'll be graduating from the Zhejiang University in China. On-face wearables are currently limited to piercings, tattoos, or interactive makeup, but they have been minimally used for stand delivery methods. However, they could provide an advantage, especially for personal stand delivery in comparison with other modalities or body locations, since they are closer to the nose. Perfume is commonly worn in everyday life. However, the design of wearable smell-enhanced technologies is still underexplored. Most of the olfactory displays in human-computer interaction are stationary, and few are wearable. Here we showcase the wearable ones that we have found. A few researchers and designers have tried to create face-located scent delivery wearables. Some pioneers have developed head-mounted displays with wearable scent delivery, like the work by Yamada et al. In 2006. This is the image on the top left corner. Using smell in the outdoor environment, or Choi and colleagues in 2015 with Sound Perfume, which is a pair of 3D printed glasses embedded with a heating module for releasing smell and at the end of the frames. And then we also have Miriam Simund. She's an artist that created an artistic and an analog version of a design that can be attached to the face as well. And then we also have Narumi et al. Presented in CAE 2015, a head-mounted display that augments flavors and also, taste, using edible markers for augmented reality. There's been other research as well that has focused on wearable necklaces or clips, like Essence in 2017 and BioEssence that also releases smell according to your physiological signals. And then we also have Insen in 2017 that uses a smell as an amplification for mobile notifications. However, although these devices are targeted to the user's nose, they are relatively far away from it. Therefore, when the devices are being used in public, such in public spaces or during social interactions, others might be able to notice it. And then in some cases, this can be beneficial, but in the case of our research, we focus on specific scenarios where the user prefers to release scent in a personal and in a private way. The impact of smell in a social context has been explored in the past. Researchers have shown how ambient scents can significantly increase the number of social interactions and encourage pro-social behavior like helping someone. There is also even studies that show how it can increase the cleaning behavior or subliminally guiding social likability judgments. Some researchers like Dunn et al. Presented theoretical frameworks to understand how wearable products are perceived and evaluated in a social context. The social aspects of wearability are especially relevant when designing devices that are worn on the face. Chuang Wen and some of colleagues studied the social impact of non-traditional form factors such as on-skin interfaces located at the collarbone, ears, back of the neck, arms, forearms, and hands. Researchers and designers have for decades explored how digital technologies can be worn, minimizing weight and size, and experimenting with a variety of form factors. And the first question is where to wear the device. This might be the very first question to be answered. We focus on the face, as it is the closest body part that it's close to the nose, basically, and worthy of exploring when designing olfactory interfaces. And as far as we're aware, little work in the area of on-face olfactory interfaces has been done so far. So in this paper, we present the mechanical and industrial design details of a series of form factors for on-face olfactory wearables that are lightweight and can be adhered to the skin or attached to glasses or piercings. We aim to create a personal, close to the nose olfactory display, which can release scent directly to the wearer's nose by shortening the scent delivery, the distance basically, through a lightweight and a fashionable or also provocative wearable for everyday use. The devices that we design can be worn in different ways, as you've seen in the video. They can be attached to your skin as a piercing or even in head-mounted displays. The prototype consists in mainly three parts. One is the olfactory display, which is the part that is attached to your skin. The other is a custom PCB that is based in the previous work of Bioessence that we've shown before, and then an Android app that connects to the device via Bluetooth Low Energy, and that can release very, very short amounts of scent. Here you can see a rendering of the olfactory display. We custom-made the 3D printed holder, we painted with golden leaf and other types of materials to make it look more like jewelry. It contains a small piezoelectric, it's like about 10 millimeters, and this vibrates at high frequency, about 108 kilohertz. And we used a custom Teflon tube that serves as the liquid container. This usually it's like a bottle, a glass container, but we used Teflon so it's more lightweight and also comfortable to use on your skin. And the prototype can be used with any kind of liquid that is not very viscous. We usually recommend hydrosols or skin-friendly materials. We also custom-made the cotton filter that is in contact with this liquid. We created a modular design so users can customize it based on their preferences. The device can release up to about 524 bursts of smell every 30 milliseconds of scent. So this is about 8 hours, and the average height of the burst is about 12 centimeters. So the olfactory display is connected to this case that contains the PCB and is also worn on the ear. It has this on and off button, and then that you can charge the device through a micro USB. And here we can see the cable that connects to the PCB. On the left is the cable with a real golden chain. On the right, the cable alone, and on the bottom, embedded in a decorative tattoo as well. So this cable transmits the power to the piezo. So it's actually very important for the design. We created a lot of different designs, form factors, and iterations depending on where the device needs to be located. For example, under the mouth, for olfactory interfaces, on a lot of different places. There are two different ways of holding the piezoelectric, as you can see, depending on the prototype as well, so A and B. The designs were made in Rhino 3D. We 3D printed them at the lab, and we curated them under UV. They are modular, and you can easily assemble them. And the user can customize the decorative piezo cover on the top, as you've seen before, and also as you can see here in this video, showcasing the design B, which is the one we use in our final prototypes and our user study. Some of the design considerations that we took into account are the miniaturization of the device, the social acceptance and the placement of the prototype, the aesthetics, how the user might perceive the smell, and also the skin-friendly fragrances. Previous researchers have explored the use of scent delivery necklace for notifications in public, but the effects on people nearby have not been really studied. Doublestein et al. With Incent wrote that in their study, bystanders did not show an indication of perceiving scents, but unfortunately the distance from participants and their perception of the other was not reported in the paper. So in this paper, we aim at understanding if on-face olfactory interfaces such as glasses or on-skin prototypes could provide an advantage for personal scent delivery in contrast to off-face designs such as these scent delivery necklaces. We conducted a usability study to understand how participants felt while wearing the prototypes, as well as to evaluate if these devices were private enough that a person at a close distance could not perceive that smell. So in order to compare these, the first that we had to do was to create the necklace or the off-face prototype. So here is a video of the necklace. So this has the PCB on the back part, similar to the Essence olfactory necklace from 2017. We looked into the usability of 3 prototypes by testing with 12 participants in a within-subject study design while they were interacting in pairs at a close personal distance. We compared 2 of these designs with the off-face olfactory necklace shown in the video, and then we evaluated their social acceptance, comfort, as well as perceived odor intensity for both the wearer and observer, as you can see here in the picture. Here we can see some videos of the study while wearing the nose prototype on the left, and then the glasses prototype on the right. So the results show that participants found the nose prototype the least socially acceptable and also the least comfortable, followed by the glasses prototype, which they were more comfortable wearing, and they also found more socially acceptable than even the necklace, which seems that it was on average the one that people preferred the most. Here are the results of the perceived sensation. So on the right, we can see when they were wearing the device, so the wearers, and on the left, when they were seeing another person wearing the device, so the observer. So if we look on the left, the average observer did not smell any of the prototypes, but the wearer did in the three cases, so in the three different prototypes, the necklace, the glasses, and the nose, pretty much equally. So in the case of the visual burst, the observer saw moderately weak bursts coming from the nose prototype, and also weak from the glasses and very weak to none from the necklace. They did not feel any moist, and while some of the wearers weakly felt humidity. Some participants heard the weak burst coming out of the prototype in the case of the glasses and the nose, but not in the necklace. So against the hypothesis, there is no significant difference between the odor intensity perceived while wearing an off-face and an on-face prototype. But there is a highly significant difference between the odor smell by the wearers and the observers. So therefore, the data suggests that all three designs might be suitable for personal scent delivery without being perceived by people nearby. So this is obviously a small number of participants, so further research is needed. There are a lot of envisioned applications, from a drug delivery device, instead of using nasal cannulas or masks, to deliver a small amount of liquid medicine or hormones such as oxytocin directly to the nostrils throughout the day and night, lavender essential oil to reduce pain perception and bring calmness, for example, while giving birth. This has been studied in some previous papers as well. And these devices could be used to augment culinary experiences by releasing bursts of scent very close to the mouth when you're eating, for example. They could also be used while studying, driving, or interacting with other people. So to summarize, our main contributions are the following. Number one is the design of various form for face located olfactory displays. Then the implementation of these prototypes, including mechanical and industrial design, explorations of form factors, aesthetics, face locations, as well as the technical tests of lasting time. A user study comparing the usability, the social acceptance, and personal scent experience of on-face olfactory wearables in comparison with an off-face one. And finally, a discussion and design considerations for future on-face olfactory interfaces. Thank you very much. Feel free to check our website, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Judith. Amazing presentation and also fascinating research area. And you really develop in your team a nice, beautiful object, first of all, because it's really nice, and you had done a kind of an incredible design implementation as well. I see you already been like answering some questions directly in the chat, and it's interesting how to see this kind of common theme in between all the presentation is how the smell is changing over time, or how different scents have different chemical properties and therefore can have different behaviors. So it's interesting to see how you already answer, I think, about this question. What is really fascinating to me is this kind of application for pro-social behavior changes or reducing of pain. I have a commercial question more oriented. And what about, so you have this tiny cotton bud, so you need to change cotton bud and all the system for each sense, or you are trying to see if you can keep components in somehow reusable. What do you think? I'm sure you've been thinking about that.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's actually a bit of a pain to do this every time because we actually custom made them. So you have to cut them very precisely. You have to prepare for the user study, so many of them. But I mean, yeah, you really need to change the cotton filter. I think like ideally every time that you do a user study, you would change it depending on the participant. And then you can always manufacture, you know, this kind of like specific cotton filters or make them yourself. Or like maybe there could be a way to have like capsules that you can easily change or replace. But definitely
like pre-stocked.
Yes, exactly. Yes. It is one of the most challenging things, to be honest, I think, especially because, for example, there was one question about Dimitri was asking if the smells evaporate, and this is also like a challenge in general because they don't evaporate, but the cotton filter gets soaked with the liquid, and if you have it, let's say, for a month there, I mean, it will still be there, and it's kind of gonna be kind of gross, to be honest.
Yeah, no, and also over time, all the smell are changing. There was a question previously as well, like at the beginning, even a complex mixture of smell can evolve and change, like with different top note, middle note, and this kind of variating. And this kind of a main challenge in working with smell, as all of us knows, and is kind of fascinating somehow, because maybe you can discover that the citrus smell will change completely, but as you say, there are like technical challenges for sure. And I think also the Teflon tube is fantastic because it's odorless, so it doesn't absorb anything, and you can use it for several uses. But the cotton bud is the kind of the point to exchange or have this pre-soaked, and then you can really just plug in, plug out for different usage, or even the same user can have different smell for different circumstances. This is fantastic. I will then go on, and I thank you again very much, Judith, and it's so nice to meet all of you finally. I mean, even if virtually, but it's to see all the smell people in the same moment, in the same time, so it's fantastic. Brilliant, thank you again. So let's move on to our last presentation, and we are our host, Jess. He will present trigeminal-based temperature illusions.
Hey everyone, my name is Jazz Brooks, and today I'll be talking about how to create temperature sensations using a special nerve in our body called the trigeminal nerve. This work was done in collaboration with my colleague Stephen Noggles and my advisor Pedro Lopez. We'd also like to thank the CHI community for a Best Paper Award. We appreciate the gesture enormously. So, I'll be talking about how this user is actually able to feel the temperature of the virtual scene using a low-powered device that we create specifically for that effect. This work is largely motivated by how virtual reality has become increasingly realistic. Here I whipped up two different scenes, and they're both fairly photorealistic already. Alongside this kind of visual realism, industry and researchers have been exploring other modes of realism, like touch, force feedback, odors, or even rendering the temperature of virtual scenes. Now, I'll be going over how researchers and industry have been doing this kind of like thermal feedback for these devices. The most evident way to do this is via heat lamps or air conditioning units, which essentially change the temperature of a large volume of air, and VR arcade setups like the VR Sense, in fact, use this kind of technique. Unfortunately, they require a lot of energy. So it kind of runs contrary to what virtual reality is moving towards, which is mostly untethered devices. In fact, VR's biggest impact and promise are in like home setups or fully portable setups, like the Oculus Quest on the left, the Oculus Go on the left, and the Oculus Quest on the right. Nowadays, researchers have actually been miniaturizing this kind of thermal feedback and even putting some devices inside of the headset to create those sensations. Oftentimes, they use something called thermoelectric materials, or Peltier elements. Now, what's nice about these is that they can be really small. And the way they function is when you put a current through it, it creates a temperature difference across the surface. One side gets hot and the other side gets cold. Unfortunately, to sustain that temperature difference, you need an equivalent amount of power. So they can get small, but they usually remain tethered. So let's take Thermo VR, for example. If you wanted to create a 10-minute like full cold scene for the VR environment, you would have to take 10 of the Peltiers in the device, each put them at -3 degrees Celsius, and then sustain that for 10 minutes. Each one would take about 0.5 amp hours, which means the whole thing is going to take approximately 5 amp hours. And that's already 1.5 times your phone's battery life. So you're starting to get like the problem that's happening right now. And our goal is basically, can we actually create these sensations without using lots of power? Which probably means that we can't use a technique that's bounded by physics. In fact, our approaches rely on thermal illusion, in which we chemically actuate our senses. For this, we focus on the chemical senses that we have, in particular the ones in our nose. Now, most people are probably familiar with the tongue for tasting, or the olfactory bulb for smelling things. But there's a third nerve in our head called the trigeminal nerve. And most people aren't familiar with this, but they actually experience it at the same time as tasting and smelling things. So if you've ever had something spicy or bubbly or refreshing, those kinds of sensations are actually the trigeminal nerve responding. Now, this nerve responds to mechanical deformation, so like tactile stimuli, as well as having receptors to respond to temperature stimuli. So if you go outside at -10 degrees Celsius in like the Chicago winter, and you breathe in the cold, crisp air that you're feeling, in fact, that's the trigeminal nerve responding. And what's pretty neat about this is that these receptors not only respond to temperature, but also to chemical stimuli, which makes you wonder, can we actually create all these sensations only with chemical stimuli? So here we're focusing on two particular receptors, one that's called TRPV1, that's temperature gated, aka it starts like firing off and responding to things once the temperature in the tissue is around 45 degrees Celsius and above, which is very hot for the body. And then the TRPM8, which is a cold receptor that responds to temperatures in the body that's like 25 degrees Celsius and below. Now, these two receptors also respond to things found commonly in plants, like capsaicin and chilies or mint and menthol. And we were interested in seeing if we could use kind of like already available essential oils, as well as easily accessible chemical compounds to create these kinds of temperature sensations in virtual reality. So the first thing we did was implement a prototypical thermal display, which in our case is in fact an olfactory display. Here, we're using a phone to wirelessly communicate with it and actuate it. And the device includes a Bluetooth microcontroller for wireless communication, micro pumps to like pump around all the liquids, 1 milliliter reservoirs for each compound, and then a vibrating mesh atomizer to create an aerosol. This lets us do things like emit capsaicin to create a warming sensation. And all we have to do for that is pump some of the liquids from one reservoir out to the mesh, as well as do things like using eucalyptal to create a cooling sensation, or even output mixtures, something like capsaicin with a smell. So we could do like temperature plus odors. Now, two problems we had to take into consideration were the following. The first one was that capsaicin doesn't evaporate at the same temperature as alcohol. In fact, it kind of sediments and crystallizes. So we couldn't do evaporation, which is a pretty like common feature in olfactory displays. Instead, we had to keep everything in liquid phase, aka we had to create an aerosol of tiny droplets. To do this, we ended up using a vibrating mesh transducer, which creates the aerosolization. Second, because we're only using one atomizer, we run the risk of creating cross-contamination between the channels. You wouldn't want like eucalyptol and capsaicin to run at the same time unless you specifically wanted that for some reason. To avoid this, what we did was have each channel have its own reservoir, set of pumps. Well, each channel has its own reservoir, tubing, and set of pumps. On top of that, we added capillary tubes at the end of the tubing at the contact point for the atomizer. What this allows is when the micropump creates droplets, the atomizer quickly gets the droplet and then atomizes it. So there's not going to be any lingering liquids. But the capillary tubes serve a secondary purpose where, because they constrict the flow so much, there's no backflow. So if you create a droplet, it's not going to like flow back into another channel's tube. Finally, we also made it so that these reservoirs are pretty easily accessible. So you can take one out, refill it, or even swap it with another compound. The device is pretty interesting on its own in that when you render temperatures, it only costs about 0.25 watts. That's a stark contrast to Peltier elements, which may take like 50 watts or more. So in our research studies, the first thing we were asking ourselves was which stimulants were best to create these hot and cold sensations. We ended up looking through medical and olfactory literature to find first 3 warm candidates, including thymol, a cayenne pepper tincture, which is in our case capsaicin, and I'll be referring to it that way from now on, and then methyl salicylate. Additionally, we chose 3 cool candidates, linalool, eucalyptal, and peppermint essential oil, of which the last one has a lot of menthol in it. We have to also note that methyl salicylate and linalool actually activate a mixture of warm and cool TRP channels. For a baseline in this kind of study, what we ended up using was the solvents, what we used to dilute all these kinds of compounds. In this case, ethanol, aka Everclear, for us. So participants inhaled 1 microliter of these compounds and then had to rate their perceived temperature sensation. First, we found that linalool and methyl salicylate both elicited a large range of different temperature sensations. And that lines up pretty well with the fact that they both actuate cool and warm TRP channels. We then found that peppermint essential oil and thymol are actually the strongest perceived temperature sensations. Unfortunately, they're both not only smellable, so like if it's in the air, you know there's something that you're smelling, but readily recognizable. So if you smell peppermint essential oil, you'll probably recognize that it's minty or that it's probably just peppermint essential peppermint. Unfortunately, what we're looking for in this case is our compounds that not only elicit the temperature sensations, but also are not very recognizable, so they don't break the temperature illusion. Luckily, eucalyptol and capsaicin fit this criteria very well. Despite being smellable, eucalyptol was not readily recognizable by most people in the study. Additionally, capsaicin is odorless on its own. Finally, people were able to distinguish these kinds of temperature sensations with only 1 microliter of volume. That's incredibly small, meaning that we can use very small quantities of eucalyptol and capsaicin to create the kind of temperature illusions that we wanted. We then tested these temperature illusions in VR. Participants were placed in a VR scene, either a hot desert or a cold mountain, and then either were presented a baseline, aka the solvent again, or the temperature congruent trigeminal stimulus. So in the case of the cold mountain, it would either be ethanol for the baseline or menthol for its trigeminal stimulant. What we found is that the temperature illusion held up. So in the cold mountain case, it was actually much colder with menthol included. And then in the hot desert section, when you included capsaicin, you actually created largely warm sensations. So this ended up confirming that these trigeminal stimulants with visually congruent environments actually creates the thermal illusion still. So we ended up taking these results alongside our prototype and created a full experience for them. So here, a user is warming up at the furnace inside of a random cabin in the woods. And we render the warmth of the furnace via capsaicin, which activates the TRPV1 channel in the trigeminal nerve, creating an odorless warming sensation. Then, because of a storm, a power outage comes out, which cuts off all the electricity and the heat. Now, because of the cold winds coming in, we end up emitting eucalyptal to create a cooling sensation via the TRPM8 channel of the trigeminal nerve. Because it's cold, the user goes outside to try and find the emergency electric generator. And because it's colder outside, we actually emit eucalyptal more frequently. They then find the emergency generator, switch it on, which then provides a bit of heat, so we add in some capsaicin, and go a step further and throw in our rubbery odor to create kind of like the sensation of burning fuel. And our device here is doing not only temperature, but also mixing in odors. So now that the power is back on, they're going to go back inside and stay warm. And on their way in, they turn around and close the door. At this point, we stop the eucalyptal, since there's not much cold air coming in anymore, and instead start emitting capsaicin again. At which point they can go warm up at the furnace again. Now, to conclude, we introduced a new way of creating temperature sensations in virtual reality, in fact using an illusion that's about 52 times more efficient than Peltier elements. However, it is still an illusion still. So right now, the range of sensations is quite limited, but this opens up a new venue of researching synthetic compounds for these temperature receptors. For example, isolin, that's a synthetic compound for the TRPM8 cold receptor, is about 50 times colder than menthol and also has no odor. Another consideration is just that these kinds of sensations are tied directly with the user's breathing, and users sometimes might unconsciously alter their breathing to avoid exposure to certain compounds. At the moment, the sensation is pretty much limited and localized to the face, but several participants actually expressed that it spread to the chest. Finally, this does allow a very neat and simple upgrade for olfactory displays to render not only odors, but also temperatures. And this extends beyond VR contexts to mobile and augmented reality ones as well. Now, while this illusion has a lot of promise, we're excited to explore it at other locations to create richer thermal experiences. So I'd like to thank my collaborators again. First, my colleague, Stephen Noggles, and then my advisor, Pedro Lopez. Thank you for your attention, and I'll answer your questions now.
Thank you very much, Jazz. It was a fantastic research presentation, and I loved the paper, the ideas, and everything. And I think there are some questions, but also Jazz is answering Pedro as well in the chat in parallel. What I would like to do is sort of summing up all the main questions and topics that are coming as a challenge working with smell, and it's fascinating all these subconscious. So is it important that we are aware what we are smelling, that we need to be able to label what we are kind of perceiving, even though we know that this is affecting us in any case? Of course, it's opening up when we are talking about design interaction, a lot of questions on ethics, because maybe we are being exposed to odorants we are not aware, and therefore we can be misleading information, even in the worst cases. But sometimes this kind of subliminal effect can be fantastic. I mean, the example of Jess, I have a question for you. I know in the paper you're discussing some potential application, but as you know, the trigeminal nerves is also the nerves of pain mainly. So usually and is kind of giving you immediately the trigger of feeling pain, and is connecting very much on the survival kind of instinctual, okay, there is something that is bad. I'm just curious to know how your participants were reacting. They were all like comfortable with this kind of stimuli, or was just like a bit too intense? But I leave the word to you.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think we adjusted all the compounds. So this is kind of in relation to Carlos's question as well about like matching the intensity of stimuli. We adjusted all the compounds so that they wouldn't be perceived necessarily as like searing pain. And this is especially applicable to the warm receptor. Because in the end, we use capsaicin, which activates the TRPV1 channel, and that's for temperatures 43 degrees Celsius and above in the skin. There are, however, other compounds that we're like interested in exploring that would activate like the TRPV3, and that wouldn't necessarily read as pain as like very, very hot sweltering pain as much as like a warmth. And so playing around with these gradations of different TRPV like stimulants is probably going to help with that. And then on the second note, we took that into consideration just by adjusting the quantity of each of them so that they never pass things like a cough threshold, or people inhaling them are feeling okay and comfortable at all times. And that was especially in user study 1 that we focused on that. Yeah. We didn't have that kind of reaction for cold ones, if anyone's interested. People were totally happy with that one.
I mean, this is again very much connected with the subjectivity and individualism of everyone is experiencing, and it's fascinating how also the pain perception can be along a scale, a continuum. For someone can be painful and someone not. So it's all fascinating and challenging at the same time. There are some questions in the chat. Let me see if we can answer some. There are a bit more generic questions asked by Paul from Dubai. Would it be possible for people who can smell that they can smell again? This is kind of an analytic question. It depends. It really depends on why you are not smelling. Yeah. If it's kind of a pathology, some injuries of the nervous system. Now we're assisting with the COVID-19, a big momentum, unfortunately, of temporary smell loss, and we still try to understand the reason why. But I would like just to close somehow with just because I think this is opening up a lot of opportunities, and by connecting again with your paper talking about the anosmic people are not able to smell, is an interesting speculation to think that maybe potentially they can perceive this trigeminal stimulation, because as we know there are several kind of two separate system in somehow that we can discern. So what do you think, how you are thinking potentially to apply these to the current situation, for instance? Yeah.
This was actually exactly like one of the things that we're really excited about is when you look at like historically the research related to smell, researchers like Fresnelli or Doty, they tend to use anosmic populations as a control group to actually isolate the data specifically to like the olfactory bulb, but based on the idea that like, oh, whatever trigeminal stimulation is happening, they're going to catch only that. And so it kind of opens up like a whole venue, like you're saying, of experiences that could be made in some sense like olfactory experiences, and I put quotation marks in like the video, that are accessible because they're not olfactory in some sense, but they are inhaled experiences that they can hopefully sense as well. And we've been like looking at that a lot more for future products as well.
Sorry, I was muted. Fantastic, thank you. And I have like some final question for everyone, is also connected with the question from Kaixin now, is about the future. So as I said, along this kind of symposium, along the chat, some private messages, what is coming out is basically all the main areas of challenges we're working with smell. One of these, of course, is also the technology. What we use to diffuse smell can also change the perception of the smell, as we've seen with Andrea. The methodology you're using can impact then the flow control and therefore the intensity perception. So, and these are totally connected what we can define as adaptation, or how long the smell stay in a room. So it's creating all these negative effects of saturation in the room, and you don't know how to get rid of different smells around. And then again back to this subjectiveness, how we can design something that is as visual. So we know there are standards around that, and then there is kind of on the distribution, a variation of people they can smell in certain way and have differentiation. Of course, there are all kind of open questions, and we cannot have an answer today, but I would like to go back to the speakers and they want to think about the future of the research proposal, how they want to can continue, change, thinking about technology as well. And as we know, human-computer interaction is part of how we will use then all these kind of fascinating results and study implementing real-world scenario situation. We can start whatever want to talk. Maybe Jess is here in front of me, so you can start if you want.
Sure. I think like some of I think Yanagita's paper is a really great one. If anyone's interested after this, I can post it. That kind of goes over an overview of like a bunch of different systems, like technology systems. And for example, in our paper, that's evident is that the technology completely impacts what we can actually produce, like effects. We couldn't have cotton wicks because we didn't want to like filter out the capsaicin, for example. And we have like Everclear specifically for the same reason that Judith was talking about, which is that we want all the liquids to have a low viscosity point. And people have been starting to explore things like embedding heater elements into transducers to also lower the viscosity of certain like liquids so that they can like be outputted. I'll hand it over to anyone else.
Andrea, you want to take it from here?
Sure. So we did look at a number of different techniques for displaying olfactory information to the user in our theoretical paper, and we opted for the ultrasonic diffuser technique, but that does have the problem of leaving these residual odorants in the air. There was one really interesting paper where, and I can't remember the citation for this right now, but where the authors directly stimulated with electrodes the epithelial tissue of their sinus cavities, and that's a really intrusive way of displaying olfactory signals to the user, but it does have the benefit of not leaving that residual odorant in the air. If there's a less intrusive way of doing that, that might be a really cool direction to take this, to avoid the issue of that contamination of previously displayed information.
If I will just add something about like stimulating directly the epithelium is kind of, we don't know what we are doing because we don't know still yet which receptor are reacting and how we smell, why, if it's the chemical shape, right, the vibration of the molecule. So it's a fascinating kind of future of sci fiction world, but unfortunately
there are a lot of problems
far away. Yeah, but
like the resolution is, sorry.
Yeah. No. I mean, I'm more than happy. I mean, we are here to discuss about all these challenges, and we all know. I see Judith after, so you can just comment on that future, like just personally, what you are thinking about your future direction in the research, like in the real application. So how you see your technology then taken to a real world.
Yeah, well, actually, I added in the chat, there is a paper that recently came out, I think it was this week, in Science, where they do olfactory stimulation in rats using optogenetics. So I mean, that's completely invasive and it's with rats, but like I think like if we think like science fiction, I think that's probably the future, right? Like digitally create these smells, because I mean, dealing with with the prototypes that we built, even I was thinking about the materials that we use for printing, for example. We don't really talk too much about this in the community, but I found that if you want to use a prototype for a really long time, the 3D printing materials that we use, they dissolve over time. So the kind of studies that we do in HCI are very like maybe 1 week or like 1 day, but not like throughout like a really long time. And then if you go into the direction of like making something that can last for a really long time, you have to do injection molding, which is very expensive. So I think it would be great to collaborate with material scientists as well, or people, for example, Stephanie Muller, one of her students is presenting later, I believe. So they do a lot of fabrication. Maybe it would be interesting to talk to them as well about, how to innovate in that. Yeah, so just some thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for the link to the paper. Yeah, it was really published 10 days ago, and I've been reading that, and it's of course like a step forward as a research understanding, and as you say, it's a bit too invasive for doing it with humans at the moment, but who knows where we go. But of course, there are so many research kind of push in that direction. So luckily, soon we will have kind of better understanding how the receptor is working, and then really we can create categories and then define kind of a common standard. What does it mean to smell a rose? We know there can be a basic chemical compounds element, but which are the component that are defining what is a smell. I'm trying to talk and read to the chat, but I will finish the turn of all the presenters. So I'm missing Dimitri. Dimitri, if you want to add something on this discussion point.
Yes, talking about future directions, I think in my case, it's more straightforward in terms of having a confined space. So if we are diffusing a scent in the vehicle, then we have air conditioning system that can take this contaminated air out of the space and also refresh the air inside the cabin. There are also air compressors that can supply compressed air. However, there is also an issue of containing the scent that is about to be diffused. Yeah, we all know that cars can become very hot if we park them under the sun, or they can go into -degrees if we are in cold temperatures. And that is not really good, particularly for liquid odorants. So there is a challenge of similar to what Judith is facing and what Jess and Andrea have explained as well. So yeah, we still need to figure out what's the best technology for containing the scent in a stable shape, so to say, for a long time, and then also to exchange it perhaps when it doesn't smell as nice anymore, or we want to replace it with a different scent. And yeah, Carlos had a very nice question on that. This is something we definitely need to investigate in the future.
Manuela, we cannot.
Sorry, I was mute. Yeah, exactly. So I would say thank you, Dimitri, for your answer. And I just really want to somehow picture how you see your future in this kind of research. If you, I mean, I know personally Dimitri because we are from the same lab, but I really would like to see, even though we know there are several challenges, and probably this symposium is actually a call to do interdisciplinary research, because we know we need to have a broader view from a neuroscientific perspective, what is really happening, then a chemical perspective, and then a science material perspective, and so many other technical and chemistry perspective, because we want to go down in the single molecular materials and understand it. So probably today can be a fantastic day to try to work more together and try to achieve a better kind of overview of all the challenges and try to collaborate. And there was also some magician that was texting in the chat. So as you see, like there are a lot of real application. It's not just pure science or just pure research, but the reason why I love so much science, because they are all around us. We are constantly influenced by what we are smelling, and it's changing, impacting so much our behaviors, that is so important to try to control in somehow, but design some meaningful implementation application that people then can really use in everyday interaction. Then I will drop back, and I would like that really each of you presenter can say something about your future direction from this paper, or just during your studies, or what you embase on the research ideas you have because I see Jess as a first, then we can move in the same order of before. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's been very interesting just kind of looking at what kind of sensations can we produce via the trigeminal nerve and how can we produce them. So that's been the main leading question for the future work that we're doing. And some of the discussions are actually relevant. I don't want to spoil too much. I don't know how much we're supposed to say in these kinds of situations. But
don't go in details,
yeah,
just like a broad idea.
I think the broad idea in this case would be the idea of how do we create anosmic accessible experiences is probably what I would say. I think, you know,
this is fantastic, like compensating, all the emotional loss we have when we cannot smell. And there is a nice comment from Carlos Velasquez about the whiskey perception and the trigeminal stimulation. It's interesting line of research as well. And there are like these big questions now coming over you guys, from Olivia and then upgraded from Pedro as well. What is the future of smell? So Andrea, you want to say something?
The future of smell. In terms of informational affectation, I would say that it's mainly in conveying information for slow moving or gradual process, things that are sort of ambient to the analytical process, but that don't require immediate visual attention. And an example of that, I think, was in Kay's thesis of the case of mint representing a market upturn in some stock analysis firm.
Joe Fish thesis, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a case study.
Yes, and so I think that's a really solid direction for olfactory displays in terms of informational affectations. That's really the context that I'm concerned with.
Yeah, this is kind of great and fantastic because it goes in the direction to design for more accessibility. Like when we have sensory impaired, they can be visually impaired, auditory impaired. It's so important to try to exploit all the potential that smell can have.
Exactly.
And as you say, work in a different attention level. There is not like the visual space, and neither we are bombarded by the audiovisual information constantly, even more interaction with the virtual environment, for instance. But now that we are all locked in our kind of houses, we are spending all the day in front of a screen, and we are completely missing how we can interact with each other using sense, for instance. This is already another challenge for the future, how we can really create devices of technology that can be used in the house as a single user. And I can drop now the ball to Judith.
Yes, so I've been always very interested in the effects of smell, and not only like kind of like the technology, but especially for medical applications. So for me, I'm actually finishing my PhD hopefully this year, and I'm gonna do a postdoc at the Harvard Medical School. So my hope is to actually look more into some of these technologies. How can we apply them in more like in medicine, and trying to just like in places that otherwise it would be impossible. There's one application that I was mentioning, for example, when women are giving birth, how can we maybe like have like some sort of like device that maybe could also reduce pain perception, or like how we can use this for traumas. So like kind of like reactivating the memories. I'm very interested in all the area of like emotion and memory, and having these closed loop systems where they can monitor your physiological signals and then release smell accordingly. So for me, I think it's just kind of like, I think Carlos was talking about multidisciplinary research. I think that's kind of like my future, trying to work with people that are completely from a different field. So that's kind of what I'm hoping to go.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think also is the kind of the key turning point to collaborate cross-disciplinary. Otherwise, we can somehow solve some challenges. It can be technical, but then we are still missing some other answers while working together, collaborating. It should be kind of the aim. So thank you again, Judith. Dimitri, you want to add something or we'll be discussing?
Yes, thank you. So in terms of the future directions for myself, I would really love to see some of my work in real cars on the roads. And from having spoken with colleagues from the industry, I see that it's coming, and there are already some prototypes or products available. I think many colleagues in the automotive industry agree that automotive industry has been a lot about performance all the time. You know, you need to have a faster car, bigger car, more spacious car, whatever. But now there is a transition into experience, that you don't just drive fast or drive off-road, but you experience it with all your senses. And I really hope that this direction will go further, and some of my findings will find an application in that. But coming back to the overall question on what's the future of smell, well, I think it is coming. We have seen some prototypes in VR, in gaming context. Maybe quite a few of you heard about nozzleless Rift, which was a bit of a funny application, but I think it is a real thing. It was demonstrated. I don't think that mimicking one particular scent that is used in the game or in the VR experience is really the future. My hope is that we will go into things like arousal and valence dimensions, that we will try to match the sense with an emotional level of the visual or tactile experience, perhaps. So that's how I see it in the future, and hopefully it will really work this way.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. I don't know if anyone in the public want to ask any question. I'm also happy to open the mic if someone is now in Zoom event. I really enjoy all the discussion. As we see, Dimitri also said, it's nice to try to go in a simplified version of our emotional reaction it is. And then we come back on the other challenges like cultural differences, how we can really arrive to define something is pleasant overall. And probably the solution is really going to single molecular elements instead of just having a mixture, or who knows, maybe not, maybe it's not the ideal. Maybe always putting this kind of cross-cultural filter, like we do research in UK, we have a kind of very varied background of participants, but sometimes there are like dominant cultures. So we know that with the results we are presented are always biased in some direction as well. So all this complexity we need to take in account when we are working with smell. It's much more than visual, because research and advancement has been done in the past. Jess, Pedro, I don't know if you want to add something, or I mean, I can keep going, talking and discussing about the challenges and the problem, but I really would like to hear some other questions, someone else asking, or just like a final conclusion of the symposium.
Yeah, so you can all hear me, right?
Yeah.
I can add. So just keep in mind, everyone, we have 2 more sessions. And as for the smell session, we still have a little bit of time. If you want to ask another question, feel free to either on Zoom raise your hand, and then Emanuela can unmute you. You can ask yourself, or you can keep typing it and engaging with the speakers. But also to say that I'm seeing, like as Joe was saying, I'm seeing 100 people on a Zoom chat talking about smell, and that gets me very excited. So also, if this is something that we'd like to see in the future, go talk to Jazz and go talk to the other organizers and session chairs. And we can all do this if we want to, right? We can go to CHI 2021 or any other place and keep doing this and keep engaging and doing research together, not just separately, which I think is very important for us as well. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you, Pedro. Thank you very much. We have a question here from Miguel. He's asking if anyone here is like doing research using olfactory displays in video games, and then I give you again just the word to you.
Yeah, I guess I don't. It's I don't necessarily do research directly in video games, like producing research in that vein or those kinds of journals. But I've done collaborations with friends and exactly like artists that are where we could do kind of like immersive experiences. I know that Emmanuel and Dimitri's also done that, where we do like VR with smell, or there's more recently like a game experience where we've been collaborating on odors, for example. So yeah, I guess my answer is just not research specific though.
Yeah. So yeah, I like personally and with the lab, we've been supporting mainly artists to do immersive experiences using sense and odor diffusion as a new storytelling modality. So they had this kind of layer of complexity. It was not just typical audiovisual, and we've been working with some artists in US and UK based. And I see now the chat is coming out with question. Can you give me the names, links of those artists? Yes, I will be more than happy, or everyone will be more than happy. You can drop me an email also, Bruno, or sometimes you can go in the website of our lab and you can see the collaboration and the research proposal we are working or we've been working in the past. Okay, Leah has a very long question. I recognize that most of the study introduces scent, but only heard one study that focused on olfactory informatics, which were not involved. Sorry, it's going away. I'm asking for the So yeah, so Leah asked this question about how robust we are in understanding and labeling the smell, having an emotional reaction as a common. I can comment on that. There are some generalization. We can generalize. For instance, there are some very bad smell. They are kind of rotten fish. They are generally perceived as unpleasant because it's a connotation. And this is interesting because it's opening up what we culturally learn about something. So we associate a smell with an object that is emitting the sense. And we build up the emotional connection to that. But as Jess study and Pedro shows that sometimes this kind of association can go and work in a different level, that is the olfactory representation as such, but is more physiological reaction as a trigeminal reaction, or we have another very fascinating system. It is a kind of contradiction in the scientific field, is the vomeronasal system, and this the system is reacting to biochemical signal between humans, and we know we are impacting. There is like this amazing research center in Israel run by Sobel, Professor Sobel. They are trying to understand this kind of communality. So we are seeing someone crying, and then through the smell of the tears, we can reduce the production of testosterone. This is kind of fascinating, and is a kind of universal. So my answer is like certain emotional reaction are more cultural based and personal based, as Dimitri presented in the paper. How we perceive the smell are connected with the long-term memories. So everything is stored in our brain, and we can rewritten this history and changing the association with a smell, but again, it's very personal. So we need to kind of go over and try to understand which are the basic, as I say, maybe chemicals or elements. And again, we don't need to think about labeling the smell or the sense or the chemical substance we are using, because if we put a label, means that we know what is it, and we have like so much association, and this is also the difficulties. I have a lot of thread in the chat, but I cannot answer to everyone, and I will answer privately to anyone else, but please drop me an email. I think you have my email through the website of the lab, and I think it was really interesting and fascinating, and I hope everyone enjoyed. I don't know if we have much time more, but as Pedro said, I'm coming from a different kind of research environment. I'm an experimental psychologist, and then I moved to human-computer interaction. So I'm still building up my network of people, and I know working in olfactory space, we have such a big research group around the world. So yes, this is a call to be multidisciplinary and just let's collaborate to get the best out of our knowledge and putting together to move forward this so important and fascinating field.
That's it. Thanks everyone for the
Thank
first
you.
session. Jazz, you want to remind everyone of the schedule very briefly?
Yeah, so just as a quick reminder for people, there's going to be a break right now until 1:30 p.m. CDT, which is Chicago time, when the temperature session is going to kick off. People can feel free to like stick around here and use like the chat feature if they want. I'm going to go get some water because I'm incredibly thirsty. But I am really excited. I know that there's some people also in the audience who are super relevant to the questions that are being asked. So if you are hearing me right now and you see something that's really relevant to you, definitely answer them. I know that there's some people that do like qualitative measures of immersion in virtual reality with smell, and other people that work in olfactory displays like Matsukura. Amazing work. So I'm also just like freaking out because people are in the audience. So yeah. But yeah, so that's it on my end. Thank you.
That's it. Yeah. Stick around. 1:30 time Chicago. Convert that to your time zone. We come back with a temperature session. We have more amazing papers for all of you, and Roshan Perez, who's a total expert in this, is going to lead that session. Hard to fill the shoes of Emanuela. She's a really good moderator. Thank you for that. But he can do it too. So see you all in a little bit. Grab what kind of ever food makes you cold or hot, and that would be perfect for that session. So go do that. We're going to do that as well.
Thank you again, Jess and Pedro, for organizing. It's a really fantastic symposium and conversation.
this is directed towards like the temperature session speakers. If you could each just try and unmute yourselves and test your video and audio before we start.
Hello.
Great.
Hello.
Perfect. And then Roshan.
Hi, everyone.
Great.
Nice to meet everyone.
Ming Ming, any chance that it works for you?
Can you see me? Hi, everyone.
Yep, great. Oh, and then I see, I don't know. Could you, let me make you co-host. 1 second. Okay. Could you try unmuting yourself? Arinobu, could you try unmuting yourself and testing your audio?
Okay.
Yeah, great.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Perfect.
Great, that works. Does anybody that want to share a screen want to try sharing a screen just briefly to test it, or none of you need to? Ming Ming, you need to
I
share
think
the
Ming
screen,
Ming
right?
will, yeah.
Okay, let me try. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll stop my share.
Should we play the video on our own, or will someone else do it?
Jazz can play the videos unless you would prefer to.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I think Jess will play all the videos. Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
Okay,
I'll take care of
thank you.
anyone who's pre-recorded. I'll take care of, so no worries.
That works great.
Okay.
Oh,
cool.
now we see your
Yeah.
see your presenter notes.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
If you click on, there should be a button to flip that.
Okay. Let me try that.
And for those who are in the stream watching, we're just doing the last minute preparations to get started with the temperature session, which Roshan Paris is going to be chairing. So hang in there while we do all the checks.
Ming Ming, it's still the same.
Oh, still the same. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, that
Okay.
looks good.
Okay, cool.
That's awesome. Cool slides.
Thanks.
All right, I think that's it, Jazz, right? Everyone's tested?
Yep, that's it.
So let's wait, let's say 8 to 10 more minutes to get some folks back into the room. They were probably doing breaks, coffees, and everything. We're scheduled to start at 1:30 Chicago time, so that's about in 7 minutes. But let's also give a little bit of time for people to join into the Zoom and to the YouTube. All right, I'm assuming everyone can hear me. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank
we
you,
can.
Roshan.
Yeah.
All right, so for those that are still joining, I'm just going to give a very, very brief introduction so you know what's happening. I've seen some names on the Zoom channel that are new, folks that might have just woken up in their time zone now and joined and weren't here for our earlier smell session. And probably some people on YouTube are also new to the stream. And so I just wanted to give a very, very brief introduction. This is the Smell, Taste, and Temperature Symposium that my PhD student Jazz Brooks from the Human Computer Integration Lab at the University of Chicago is organizing together with myself. We just went through the proceedings of CHI and we selected as many papers as we could, honestly, that were on smell, taste, and temperature, which are three topics that are very dear to us. And we really wanted to get together all these people because, as many of you know, CHI, which is the ACM CHI, the premier venue for human-computer interaction, was canceled this year due to the COVID pandemic. And we thought, well, we got to get these people in the same Zoom room, virtual room, and kind of talk about these topics at length without time restrictions and all that. And so you're joining us to hear about 11 talks that are from this conference, the CHI 2020, and we structure them in 3 sessions. And you are here now at the temperature session, which is the middle one. And we just heard from the smell session earlier today, about 2 hours ago. And if you can, please, if it's available in your time zone and possible, join us later as well for this session. We moved it to a little bit later, so there's a big break, but that's because we wanted to accommodate the authors in Asia that really are the core of that session too. And so we are now in the temperature session. The earliest smell session was chaired by Emanuela, who did an amazing job. And now we have Roshan from the Rochester Institute of Technology chairing this session. If you know his work and if you're in the CHI community, you certainly know his work on temperature. He's a real expert in this topic. And later we have Nimesh Ranasinghe from the University of Maine talking and moderating us through the taste session, the one that happens later. Without further ado, I also wanted to just say the objective is not just to see these talks, which I think is really important because they're fantastic, but also to engage. Feel free to have side discussions on the Zoom channel, contact people directly. The feature to talk to people directly is enabled. If you're on YouTube, reach out to people via email and so forth. You can find their emails also on our page. So really, we want to foster collaboration and discussion and engagement amongst all of you. And I know many of you aren't from the academic community, but we really wanted to have you here as well, artists and practitioners and industry folks that are interested in smell, taste, and temperature. So that's all, and I'm going to pass the baton to Roshan, who's going to lead us into this session on temperature.
Hi everyone. So welcome to the session on temperature. So thank you very much to Pedro Lopez and also Jazz Brooks for organizing this event, and it's I think a great opportunity for all of us to come together and discuss these topics. So in the temperature session, we have a few fantastic talks that are covering from actuator design to applications of temperature for different purposes. So without further ado, I'd like to move on to the first talk. And before that, I'd like to mention that there are so if you have any questions that you would like to ask the authors, please add them onto the chat in the Zoom session. And at the end of each talk, we'll have a couple of minutes for Q&A. And at the end of the whole session, we'll have some sort of a panel discussion involving all the authors. So yeah, let's move on to the first talk, which is thermal bit display, a haptic display providing thermal feedback perceived differently depending on body parts. That's presented by Arinobu Nijima. So yeah, Arinobu, please go ahead. Jess, I think we cannot hear the presentation. Sorry about that.
Touch device.
Okay.
I am Arinobu Nijima from NTT Corporation. We will present thermal bit display, which is a haptic display provides different thermal feedback perceived differently depending on body parts. Thermal bit display consists of tiny patch device in the battery. It provides weak thermal stimulation. the thermal feedback is different depending on how to touch the device. When weak thermal stimulation, such as changing 2 degrees Celsius, is presented, the user does not feel it as being warm on the finger, but does perceive it as being warm on the lips. There are some studies using press devices embedded in wearable devices to apply thermal feedback to several parts of the body, such as wrists and fingers. Our motivation is to explore new interaction using thermal feedback for new applications that are different from those using vibro-tactile feedback. Our method is based on physiological and psychophysical studies on thermal perception. One is the different thresholds of thermal sensitivity for each body part. The lips are the most sensitive part of the body, and the extremities are insensitive. Therefore, weak thermal stimulation can be perceived on the lips. Another important feature is spatial summation of thermal perception. Due to it, the area of stimulation plays a prominent role in the thermal threshold. For example, if the area of foam stimulation doubles, the threshold can be halved. In other words, the smaller the area is, the more difficult to be perceived. Based on that, we decided to use the smallest press devices to make the differences in the detection thresholds to thermal stimulation between each body part larger. We have conducted a preliminary test to investigate different detection thresholds by an adjustment method with the tiny press device. The results were consistent with previous studies. The more sensitive the body part was, the lower the detection threshold for warming and cooling. Then we have conducted an experiment with 12 participants. The question is that the thermal feedback can be perceived differently between different sensitive body parts. The task is to discriminate two different thermal stimuli presented on the finger, the wrist, and the lips. One stimulation is 25 degrees Celsius and the other is 27 degrees Celsius presented by the tiny press device. Participants conducted the task 20 times for each body part. The results showed that the median accuracy was 55%, 65%, and 95% respectively. These results mean that the participants could perceive the on stimulation only on the lips. Therefore, the thermal feedback is perceived differently between on the finger and the lips. Next, we present thermal bed display with 3 press devices. The outer press devices were cold and the center one was hot. When touching them with a finger, the user perceives cold and no pain due to spatial summation. When touching them with the lips, the user perceives heat and pain due to thermal glue illusion. We conducted a preliminary test with 10 participants to verify the phenomenon, and all of them described that when touching them with the lips, they felt hot and pricking pain. We assumed that hot stimulation and the cold stimulation were perceived separately on the lips, so the participants felt hot and pain. Then we conducted an experiment with 2 participants to verify that multiple thermal stimulus can be perceived separately on the lips. 2 press devices were used for thermal stimulation. The task was to discriminate 4 patterns of thermal stimuli. They repeated it 20 times. As a result, 7 participants could discriminate the 4 patterns perfectly. The results mean that multiple different thermal stimuli can be perceived separately on the lips. We also conducted demonstration at a company exhibition and a domestic workshop. Many participants enjoyed it, but some participants hesitated to touch the device with their lips. Now we are improving thermal-bit display. This figure shows 2-bit version. One pressure device is used for providing neutral temperature by applying no current. The user can perceive thermal feedback by comparing the difference between the temperature. The other advantage is to enable robustness to outside temperature changes. For correct temperature control, a closed-loop circuit with PID control was implemented by using a microcontroller in the temperature sensor. The graph shows it works well. Finally, we propose some applications. First, thermal-bit display can realize haptic pre-notification, unlike vibration, which is used for haptic push notification. Thermal stimulation does not interfere with the user's attention by just wearing the device. When they want to get a notification, they can do it by touching the display with the lips. Second, thermal-bit display consisting of 3-page devices can be used for haptic alerts. The pain does not occur by wearing the ring on the finger unless the user touches the lips with it. Therefore, it can prevent to put the fingers to the lips, and we consider it will be useful to prevent virus infection. Here is conclusion. Thermal-bit display provides different thermal feedback depending on the parts of the body touching them by utilizing 2 features of thermal sensitivity. In future work, we will investigate the feasibility and usability in the real world. We will design the gesture possible with the device more carefully in view of cross-cultural confrontations. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. So I can see a couple of questions already in the chat area. So like the first question is from Sebastian, that's he's asking about what spatial resolution did you use between each Peltier element? Arnab?
Okay, thank you. The interval is 5 millimeter. One per experiment 2. Yeah, only
Okay.
Yeah, we conducted only one pattern, 5 millimeter.
All right. Yeah, next question is from Pedro. Does Pedro want to ask it, or shall I go ahead?
I can ask it if you don't mind, Roshan.
Yeah.
Me
Yeah, I
putting
think
my head in here again.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was really cool. I wonder, maybe I didn't understand it properly, but in the case that you called it a 2-bit display, so I had one Peltier here and one Peltier here. Did you feel that your participants could only feel the difference between the two? So I feel they're the same or they're different, in which case I really only have 1 bit again, because I can put that bit on 1, I feel a difference, or on 0, I don't feel any difference. Or could they tell this is hotter than the other, this is colder than the other, and in which case you then have all the 4 values again? Like, does it really do the 2-bit 4 values, or only difference? I didn't get that. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit.
In the experiments, the participants can answer 4 patterns. For example, the left side is hot or cold, and right side hot or cold. So it can they can answer off or on or on.
Oh, so it's never at the same time. It's the pattern. That's what you're saying. It's this one and then that one.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So it is a 2-bit display. I was wondering if they were feeling it at the same time. That would also have been an interesting thing.
Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, that was really interesting. And I also have a short question. Like, I noticed that you are not using any temperature sensors on the device itself. So how easy is it to repeat the exact like actuation patterns or the temperature change patterns?
In the experiment, we measured temperature before conducted experiment by using the temperature sensor, and we count 10 seconds to actuate, and then 10-second interval, and repeat the trial. And so we before our experiment we measure it. The degrees is 25 to 27 degrees.
All right, cool. Yeah, thank you very much. So
Thank you.
I think, yeah, so we can move on to the next talk. So that's Muye, exploring wetness illusion on fingertips to enhance immersive experience in VR. So this is a live presentation by Ming Fan. And yeah, thank you very much, Arnobu, for the talk and answering all the questions as well. So let's move on to Ming for the next talk.
Oops.
Ming, yeah, okay.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much, Pedro and Jess, for your invitation. And thank you so much, Roshan, for chairing the session. Hi, everyone. My name is Ming Fan. I'm assistant professor here at the Rochester Institute of Technology. Today, I'm going to present you MOE. So this work has been done with my co-authors, Teng Han, Suri Wang, Sijia Wang, Xiangming Fan, Jie Liu, Feng Tian from Chinese Academy of Sciences and Carnegie Mellon. So wetness is a very familiar and important perceptions that we have about the moisture and the humidity of the surroundings. Here you can see like 3 examples of wetness sensations we're familiar with in our everyday life. Surprisingly, although this is a very familiar sensation, that the underlying mechanism has only been understood in the past 10 years by David Flingery and his colleagues. So David and his colleagues did a series of experiments to understand what make people feel the wetness. Basically, they used the true wet stimuli like wetted clothing with waters to understand the mechanism. So the key takeaway from their finding experiments was that we humans don't have the physical receptors for wetness. So the sensations of wetness is actually constructed by the feelings of the temperature change and the physical touch at the same time. So both of these 2 types of sensations we do have receptors for. So informed by these kind of physiological findings, then researchers in HCI domain are trying to generate the wetness illusions, especially for VR applications to enrich their experiences. So Zhushang actually is one of the pioneers in this area. He and his colleagues invented this device called liquid reality, which has thermal and vibrotactile modules so that it can produce the wetness illusions on the user's face. And they further extended the devices to include most sensors, other parts of the body. For example, they put sensors on the user's shoulders and their feet to generate the whole body wetness illusions. I think one of the cool applications they're demonstrating in their work is that the system allows users to feel a whole body illusion of wetness, like taking a shower. So informed by all these studies and the research, we also wanted to understand how we can leverage dry stimuli to generate wetness illusions on the user's fingertips. The reason why we're interested in fingertips is because the fingers have a lot of nerve systems in it, and also being used by us to interact with objects and with surrounding quite a lot in the VR domain. So we wanted to understand the underlying mechanism of the illusion itself, and it also wanted to design a prototype that can generate the illusion so that can help users to interact with VR objects. So the first step we took was to conduct the experiment to understand the 3 factors that could influence the wetness illusions. So these 3 factors are temperature, the pressure, and the friction. As you can see in this the video, we actually modified a 3D printer so that we can precisely control the temperature, pressure, and friction. So see, here is the diagram of the system. There are different components, but here I just want to highlight 3 key components. So there is a FSR sensor, which can monitor the pressure of the system so that allow us to control precisely the pressure we wanted to apply to the user's fingertip. So there is a TEC plate, which can change temperature so that we can control the temperature on the user's fingertip. And then we also have this finger holder on the printer's platform so that we can precisely control the movement of the user's fingers to move the fingers to the platform to feel the temperature, and then to remove the finger from the surface to cool the finger down to the room's temperature again. I won't go into details of the study, but the key findings of the study are threefold. So the first is the higher the temperature change, the stronger the wetness illusion will be. So basically this confirms the previous findings with the true wetness stimuli. And we also noticed that the pressure and the friction can enhance users' wetness illusions if they're controlled in a proper range. So informed by the findings, we designed a prototype called MOI. It has different components. So there are 2 key components to it. So one of them is we call stiffness control system, which has a locker system and a spring system that allows users to feel different stiffness of the prototype. And then we have the temperature control system, which allows us to generate different temperature change on that surface. So here you can see is how MOI operates in real reality. So basically here is how we simulate the cold Coke bottle. So as you can see in this prototype, MOI's locker system is in the unlock position and the spring is fully expanded. This allows the full expansion of the prototype to give user that flexibility of fitting. And then if the locker system placed in the lock position, and then we can simulate a hard object like ice cube. And then to simulate objects like wet spongy, we apply a layer of latex on top of the surface so that users can feel that sponginess of the surface. And to simulate the wet table surface, and we lock the system, and then we place the system in horizontally so that users can scratch the surface to feel that wetness illusion. And then we design a number of applications that allow users to feel these different types of wetness illusions. So basically, as you can see with the system, we'll be able to simulate the wetness illusion for ice cube, the Coke bottle, and the wet spongy, and also the wet table surfaces when the user scratch on that. And then we conducted a study. Basically, we wanted to understand with MOI, could users feel these different types of wetness illusions? So basically, could people distinguish the wetness illusion of an ice cube from a Coke bottle and from a wetness spongy? And then the second question is, if users were able to feel these different types of illusion, could they feel different levels of wetness illusions? Meaning that if they can feel this really wet versus a little bit wet. Again, I think all the details in the paper here, I just want to highlight at the high level. Yes, our results show that users were able to distinguish the different types of wetness illusions. And for the different simulated wet object, users indeed were able to distinguish 3 different types of wetness levels for most of the objects. And for most of the objects, the accuracy was actually over 80%. But for the glass table, the accuracy was slightly lower, which I will go into that later on. So I just wanted to highlight some of the observations and the feedback from the studies, which we think are very interesting and inspirational. Here is that during the study, many participants actually asked us if we could help them dry their fingertip, because during the study, they were not allowed to see the system. So they didn't know what was going on to create that illusion of wetness. And they couldn't rub their fingers, so they wanted us to rub their fingers for them to dry the fingers. And then later on, when we asked them, what they think was going on, they told us that probably the system had a moisture generator, like a humidifier, and it might have a dryer which blow air to their finger to dry their fingers quick enough. And then maybe there is some mechanism to generate different types of stiffness. And here I wanted to point out 3 things we found interesting and sort of the limitation of the system, which we think that maybe the community can help address looking forward. So one of the things is that the wetness illusions that MOE generates disappears much faster than the true wetness illusions. By that I mean, when the user's finger lifts from the MOE system, and then the illusion disappears. That's very different from, you get your fingers wet by touching a wet Coke bottle, for example, because that true sensation will last for a while. And the second issue is that the weight of MOE itself is not always matching with the weight of the simulated objects. Take, for example, the spongy. Spongy is very light, but MOE is apparently much weight for that. So that, the moment when you lift the MOE, that kind of sensation was broken. Right? And the last one was that with our current design, we have very limited ability to generate different types of textures for the surface. I think if we can generate different types of surface fittings, we'll have a much richer sensations. I guess with that, I will basically conclude. We have 3 key points. One is we did an experiment to understand the mechanism of the 3 factors and how they influence the wetness illusion on fingertips. We built a prototype that can generate different types of illusion. We did an experiment to demonstrate that the MOE actually worked to help users to feel that different types of illusion. With that, I will conclude the talk, and I'd like to take any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ming. That was fantastic. So yeah, we do have a couple of questions coming in. So yeah, first is again from Sebastian. So he asks, did you dry the hands of the participants before using the system? I guess, yeah.
Oh, yes. So for every single trial, first of all, before the experiment, we make sure their fingertip was at not at room temperature, but at their normal temperature. Right? So, and then after each trial of the experiment, we will wait a while until their fingertips temperature goes to the normal temperature that it used to be. So yes, there is no process to dry the fingertip because we don't use real water to generate the illusion. But we do wait until their fingertips returns to the normal temperature to continue the next trial.
Okay. Thank you. So Anton asks, did you measure the humidity of the participant's finger beforehand? And if so, did it affect the experiment? I guess in similar lines, if you did any pre-testing, yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. That detail, as far as I remember, we didn't control the moisture of the fingertip. But maybe that my co-author could tell you more details about that. But that's, as long as my memory serves me, I don't remember we controlled the moisture, but we do control the temperature itself of the fingertip.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's also partly we are trying to give kind of a cold, dry stimuli, right? But it's just from the perception that you feel kind of the wetness on the fingertips itself. Yeah, that's really fantastic. And then Pedro asks, they felt the fingers were wet, and that's really fantastic, great illusion. I wonder, what do you think are the next steps on this? Is it trying to extend the duration? Yeah, you mentioned, maybe Pedro could jump in and clarify the question than me.
Yeah, sorry for making you read that. I was wondering, you mentioned something really interesting, meaning that that you were surprised that the illusion of this kind of wetness illusion was shorter than if I get my fingers wet right now on this bowl of water, right? And I'm wondering also if that's because the device, or we don't have a way yet to put the device rendering that evaporation stage, right? As the water sort of disappears, evaporates into the air, the temperature starts to change as the water content changes as well. I wonder, do you think that would be enough to make it more normal, or is that something else is missing, sort of physiologically?
I think what you just mentioned is probably one solutions we can tackle this problem. I think this is a very interesting problem we still don't have a good solution for, which is the illusion does disappear, you know, when the user remove their fingers from MOE, but that was very different from the real life experience. I think maybe one solution could be that we'll design a wearable system that could, you know, touch the user's fingertip, you know, for a longer time, so that they won't remove their fingers. So that maybe we can give them the gradual feelings, like a decay feeling of wetness. But that said, I think one thing we also notice is as the same thing, you know, we had for force feedback. You know, once user get stimulated with wetness illusion for long enough, they kind of become numb, you know, their fingers. So it becomes harder for them to feel the same level of wetness. The problem is some gaps. I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe there's some sort of wearable device design, and also we'll consider this persistence of the feelings. I think a combination of those two, maybe we'll come up with a better solution to generate like a more authentic like wetness illusion.
Great, thank you, Mingming. So Nimesha has a question about did the participants feel numb in their fingertips after the repeated testing?
Not during the study though, because between the two trials we did have a gap, so that, you know, we allowed them to their fingers to return to the room temperature. They had this gap to feel to basically to return to normal state. So I think that's one of the challenges with VR application, we think, because in VR, if we wanted to provide this continuous feelings of wetness, I think that's still a challenge, because with MOE, you can only provide this temporal feeling of wetness on their fingertip. We're not going to be able to provide continuous, let's say, a wetness for a minute or even longer than a minute, because you know, we didn't do the experiment, but we hypothesized that if you keep stimulate the fingertip with the same type of stimuli as we have for longer than, I don't know, maybe a minute, that people will become numb, as you just mentioned. Yes, they will become numb. They will not be able to feel wetness anymore. So yes, that's a challenge. I think as a community we can help to solve in the future.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So yeah, I think we also felt the same way. So our demonstrations were always like maybe 5 to 10 seconds, right? Like beyond that, like people feel maybe, you know, not so, people feel numb towards the stimuli. So yeah. Okay, so we'll move on to the next talk. So we, thank you very much, Mingming.
Thank you.
So next is Terminator, understanding the interdependency of visual and understanding the interdependency of visual and on-body thermal feedback in virtual reality. So it's presented by Sebastian Gunther. Sebastian, please.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. My name is Sebastian Günther. I'm from the Technical University of Darmstadt in Germany, and today I present you our work where we investigate the interdependency of visual and on-body thermal feedback in virtual reality, called Terminator. As we all know, virtual reality is becoming more realistic and has an ever-increasing presence for users. However, those new levels of immersion are nowadays still mostly attributed to an increasing quality of visual and auditory details. Further, recent works extend the immersion even more by adding haptic components such as vibrotactile feedback or similar mechanical forces applied to the user's body. While all of those features indeed leverage virtual reality to the next level, there are still other aspects which are not fully explored yet, such as thermal feedback. So you may ask, why do we need thermal feedback? Well, the most obvious reasons are of course to simulate warmth or coldness. However, we also need to consider such temperature changes on different scales, such as environmental effects or thermal object properties like a hot mug. And last but not least, temperature can evoke emotions and well or mal beings through social experiences. Okay, so before we can apply thermal feedback to users, we need to have to look at some design considerations. First of all, we have to take care of the temperature range. Hereby, we need to consider the neutral skin temperature, which lies usually between 30 and 36 degrees Celsius. However, the range has to be limited since we do not want to cause any pain and take care of thermal pain thresholds, which lie at around 15 degrees Celsius as a lower boundary and around 45 to 52 degrees as an upper boundary. Besides the temperature, we also need to consider different anatomical properties of the human body, such as different shapes of different body parts. For example, we have a straight leg, a convex abdomen, or a bent spine. Further, as humans differ in size, body parts are also not equal. For example, the upper leg is almost twice the size as the lower arm and can even vary between individual persons. And last but not least, we do not want to restrict any movements and have to consider varying degrees of freedom of different body parts which can have multiple joints and are able to bend or stretch. So in summary, the requirements for thermal feedback are a good thermal conductivity, adapting to shapes and size, and needs to be flexible at body joints. As thermal feedback is of course not completely new, related approaches often rely on contact-based solutions, such as thermoelectric Peltier elements. Those have very good thermal properties and also have the advantage of being small, lightweight, and can provide very localized feedback. However, due to their nature, they tend to have a high power consumption and can restrict movements through their rigidity, especially when simulating larger areas. In contrast, there also exist non-contact based solutions which use external heating units or fans. Those also have good thermal properties, but also have the advantage to not hinder any movements. However, since they are not directly attached to the body, it is not trivial to actuate specific body parts while the user is on the move. So, to overcome those disadvantages, we thought, why not using liquids as a medium to transfer temperature? And for this, liquids have the good advantage to have good thermal properties and can be used very flexible. In particular, we had a look at water, which has a thermal conductivity of roughly 0.6 watt per meter times Kelvin. Of course, liquids need to be inside some container to be actually useful, so we decided to take tubes which we can adjust, bend, and where a liquid with different temperature can flow through. For this, our tubes had to have similar thermal conductivity as water and allows for enough flexibility, which we found in the tubes made of polyethylene of raised temperature resistance, or short PERT tubes. Using such tubes allows us to have different arrangements and numbers of interconnected subtubes in krill-like patterns to actuate small or large regions of the body. Further, we can reshape the tubes to adapt to different body parts and also are able to vary the length of each tube. As a proof of concept, we decided to design two actuators. The first can actuate the upper and lower arm. Here we use 8 subtubes which are connected through flexible PVC connectors to avoid movement restriction at the elbow joint. Second, we designed an abdomen actuator which aims to provide thermal feedback to a more flat part of the body and with a different anatomical shape than the arm. Finally, both are connected to our system's water cycle. So how does it look like? As you can see here, we have the PERT tubes in red, which are connected by very flexible transparent PVC tubes. In the current prototype, we'll use a flow rate of about 40 milliliters per second, which resulted in a temperature change of around 2 degrees per second, as visible in the thermal camera view on the left. For changing the temperature of each actuator, we mix a hot and cold water source using a thermal mixing valve. An electronic magnetic solenoid valve is used to control the actuation. We then measure the flow rate and inner temperature of the liquid and are able to adjust the flow rate through a pressure regulator. Then the liquid reaches 2 additional magnetic valves which controls the flow to the abdomen and arm actuators. And after having our system ready, we implemented 3 example applications which I will show you now. In the first, the user is a pirate on an island and needs to find precious gems. Those can be found in the water, which will cool down the user's arm when reaching for them. In the second application, a user plays a snowball game, and every time he gets hit by a snowball, the abdomen cools down quickly and slowly returns to the neutral temperature after some time. In a final application, we simulate an emergency task where the user has to put off fires in a building. The more flames are extinguished, the cooler the environment gets. And okay, after this we thought, why should we stop here? Because there's something we still can do, as virtual reality can simulate unfamiliar situations such as having hot burning ice cubes. So we ask ourselves, what happens if thermal and visual stimuli do not match the temperature expectations of the user? For example, on the left, snow turns warm, and on the right, the fire turns cold. Therefore, we defined 3 research questions which we wanted to investigate. First, how does the interdependency of thermal and visual stimuli affect the perceived temperature? Second, how do the thermal and visual stimuli affect the involvement of the users? And third, we ask how do the thermal and visual stimuli affect the comfort of the users? And to answer those questions, we first had to define how the thermal stimuli will look like. Hereby, we used the neutral skin temperature at 32.5 degrees Celsius as a starting point. We then increased the temperature in 5 degree steps until we reach 42.5 degrees Celsius, so we stay below the upper pain threshold. We also did the same in the opposite direction and decreased the temperature in 5 degree steps until reaching 22.5 degrees Celsius, which is just above the lower pain threshold, resulting in 5 total thermal stimuli. For the visual stimuli, however, we had to identify meaningful visualizations. As Fenko et al. Stated, objects convey different expectations of their temperature based on 2 factors. First, a literal or physical meaning, which conveys the actual temperature, and second, a figurative meaning that describes temperature by learned experiences. So to do so, we interviewed 7 HCI experts and asked them for visualizations, objects, and other things connected to temperature, which they should rank from very cold to hot. Afterwards, we collected all the answers, clustered all items, and counted the column elements. This resulted in the following 5 visual stimuli, which we applied as visualizations for the arm as well for the abdomen. We have a very cold snow visualization, a cold rain cloud, no visualization as our neutral visual stimulus, a warm heating lamp, and a hot fire close to the user's body. For the procedure, I don't want to go into much detail. Basically, what we did, we used a within subject design with 25 participants. All of them were provided with a long sleeve, while sitting on a chair and wearing our actuators beforehand. Each participant either then started with the arm or abdomen, and during each condition we combined each thermal stimulus with each visual stimulus and exposed each combination to the user for about half a minute. Afterwards, we reset both to their neutral stimuli and asked to answer a questionnaire in VR, which I will show you in a second. In total, this was repeated for all 50 combinations. At the end, we asked for additional qualitative feedback through a final questionnaire and informal interviews. As mentioned before, after each combination of the visuals of the stimuli, we asked to fill out a questionnaire with the following 4 questions. How do you rate the thermal sensation? How do you rate the thermal comfort? How much did the visual aspects involve you? And how much did the thermal aspects involve you? In the following, I will present you our main findings. However, if you're interested in more details, especially in lots of numbers and statistics, I would like to invite you to have a look at our paper. So, okay, let's dig in to our results. As the first main result, we identified that every thermal stimulus always overrides the perception of visual stimuli. So for example, if we have a fire visualization combined with a cold stimulus, it still feels cold. As you can see here, where a lower number basically means a lower perceived thermal sensation and a higher number means a higher perceived temperature sensation. This was true for all other visualizations, and the participants were always rating the applied thermal stimulus as main factor for their temperature perception. However, if we take a closer look to the numbers, we can see that the visual stimuli still have marginal effects on the temperature perception. For example, for a neutral thermal stimulus, we see a significant higher rating while being exposed to a fire visualization compared to a snow visualization, which is also indicated by differences in the minimum and maximum ratings of the participants. One interesting side effect we could observe was an unexpected small shift for the rain visualization, which resulted by some participants describing it as warm shower instead of a cold rain cloud. Regarding the involvement, we could identify that congruent stimuli increased the involvement. As you can see here, a neutral visual stimulus, so no visualization at all, resulted in no involvement as expected. However, similar as before, a neutral thermal stimulus is affected by the shown visualizations, as you can see here. Taking a closer look at matching stimuli, which we can find at the lower left and upper right parts of each graph, we can clearly see significant higher involvement ratings as compared to non-matching stimuli, which were often described as uncanny or even uncomfortable. Last but not least, with regards to the participants' comfort, we found that the level of comfort highly depends on the applied thermal stimulus. As you can see here, our analysis revealed a significant higher comfort for neutral and slightly warmer temperatures compared to colder stimuli. As a result, the overall consensus was that temperatures generally could even be warmer, but should not get colder, as more chill temperatures were perceived as uncomfortable and more intense. And before concluding my talk, we, of course, identified some limitations. First of all, we only investigated the abdomen and arm and need to identify how other body parts will perceive the thermal stimuli provided by our system. Also, we only combined one visual and one thermal stimulus per condition. However, what would happen if we have multiple stimuli combined at once, or even activate different body parts with different stimuli at the same time? And lastly, while not described as restricting the users more than the HMD cable, our system currently relies on an external source which needs to pump the liquids to the actuators. Hence, we need to find reliable ways to increase the variability, for example by having smaller amounts of liquids and thermal devices in a wearable backpack. And hereby I want to conclude my talk where I presented you Therminator. I presented you a set of concepts and design considerations, a prototype along with 3 example applications, and a systematic evaluation investigating the interdependency of thermal and visual stimuli, where we found that thermal stimuli always override visual stimuli, congruent stimuli increase the involvement, and the comfort depends on the thermal stimulus. I would like to thank you for your attention, and if you have any further questions or comments, feel free to contact me directly. And also, if you're interested, check out the other great Chi 20 talks by my Team Dasha colleagues from the Telecooperation Lab. So thanks and stay healthy.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. So yeah, let's directly move on to the questions. Yeah, there's a question from Abdullah. So he mentions it's interesting, did the participants report tricks like closing their eyes during incongruent conditions, or any other strategies for dealing with such incongruence?
Well, thank you, Abdul, for this question. Actually, the short answer is no. As far as I remember, there was no like closing the eyes or something like that. However, if it was uncomfortable or like uncanny when the stimuli were incongruent, people were just starting to complain and hoping that it ends.
Thank you. Yeah, next is from Jess. Was a flow detectable by the participants, like for instance, the vibration from the tubing, or was the pressure regulator used to avoid this kind of unintended feedback?
Thanks for the question, Jess. Well, actually, yes, you could feel some vibration of the tubing. However, we made sure that the tubes are very tight, attached to the body. And yes, also the pressure regulator, which regulates the flow to 40 milliliters per second, was limiting the vibration a little bit. However, yes, the whole system had vibrations, but as far as we know, it didn't have any effects on the thermal perception.
Okay, thank you. Katie asks, have you considered any applications outside of VR?
Thanks for the question, Katie. Basically, yes. Well, our focus was, of course, virtual reality. But for example, you could imagine also some error prevention system, which was also described by Arinobu earlier today. So for example, you should not touch something and your body gets hot before you even touch some hot valves, for example.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also curious about like how you control the temperature. Like for instance, did you have any temperature sensors on the skin level to kind of monitor how fast the temperature changes at that level?
Yes, thanks for the question. So we had one temperature sensor inside our system. So we directly measured like the temperature of the systems. So while we only had like a mechanical mixing valve, we still saw immediate changes in the temperature and could adjust and counterbalance it. Also, we took care that we have some like adaptation time until we have our target temperature, for example. So we waited for some seconds until we actually started like the visual stimulus. On the skin level, we didn't have an additional temperature sensor. However, we measured it before in some more informal tests to see how good the temperature changes. So in general, it was about 2 to 5 seconds until the skin had like the same temperature as the inner temperature.
Understood.
Liquids.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. That was really cool. So literally.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we'll move on to the next talk. So the next talk is on thermal wear, exploring wearable on-chest thermal displays to augment voice messages with effect. It's presented by Abdullah El Ali. Yeah, Abdullah.
Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah and I'm a tenure track researcher at CWI in Amsterdam. This is a teaser video of our CHI 2020 work titled Thermal Wear, exploring wearable on-chest thermal displays to augment voice messages with affect. This is a joint collaboration with my co-authors at TU Delft and the University of Oldenburg. So why study voice emotional prosody? Well, emotional prosody can be situationally impaired, an example ironic speech, or remote communication settings such as avatars or occluded gestures in Zoom meetings. It can also be impaired in certain medical conditions such as autism spectrum disorder. And finally, for intelligent voice assistants, emotional prosody may still not be human-like and requires amplification, for example, to indicate urgency. So there's been quite some work investigating the relationship between emotions, media, and temperature. And what's important to note here is that the common finding is that warm temperatures are generally associated with being pleasant, comfortable, and increasing social proximity, while cold temperatures are not. So in this work, we draw on the bodily map of emotion by Newman et al. And overlay 3 of Ziegler's wearability body maps, and we find that the upper chest is a suitable thermal stimulation site. In this work, we contribute thermal wear, which is a wearable prototype that thermally stimulates the upper chest, and empirical findings that show that neutral voice messages can be effectively augmented with affect. All our source codes available, so please take a look. This is what our perhaps clunky prototype looks like. But please look at the paper for details on its construction, the real-time temperature readings from the Peltier elements, the thermal perception findings, and comfort of such simulation. Let's go over some of the findings of our first experiment, which was meant to firstly validate that our thermal display can be indeed used for voice message augmentation. So here, we ran Friedman rank sum tests and post-hoc Mann-Whitney tests with Bonferroni correction to assess pairwise differences where applicable. 2 observations can be made here. First is a sanity check that warm temperatures are indeed warm and cool temperatures are indeed cool. Second, as in prior work, our results overall support a consistent finding that perception of cold thermal stimuli, whether it's due to participant sensitivity or detection times, is generally greater than warm stimuli. With respect to user comfort ratings across warm and cool stimuli in differing intensities, here we found no significant effects. For detection times, two observations can be made here. First, detection times without fabric are faster, and second, higher intensities are faster. So for warm stimuli without fabric, the average detection times range from 8 seconds for low intensity to 4.7 seconds high intensity. For cool stimuli, the average detection times range from 5.5 seconds low intensity to 5 seconds high intensity. So due to this, we chose to continue testing for experiment 2 without any fabric. In the core study that we've done in this paper, we draw on the EU Emotion Voice database, where we selected 8 messages and synthesized neutral counterparts using WaveNet. We ensured that these were indeed perceived to be neutral through an annotation study that showed high interclass correlations. So first I'll play the EU Emotion Voice version, and then followed by the version that we generated.
I love chocolate.
And now the neutral version.
I love chocolate.
And for our negative valence message.
Ugh. Cover your mouth when you sneeze. Cover your mouth when you sneeze.
There's a lot more details in the paper, which aids in reproducing our work, so please take a look if you're interested. For this study, we had a 2 positive versus negative message valence by 3 warm versus cool versus no stimulation design. After experiencing the stimuli and voice message simultaneously, participants entered their valence and arousal ratings through a 9-point self-assessment mannequin scale on an Android app. Since our data was not normally distributed, we applied Friedman rank sum tests and post-hoc Mann-Whitney tests with Bonferroni correction for pairwise comparisons where applicable. But what do these results mean? First, thermal stimulation influences valence of a neutrally spoken voice message, but this, however, varies across cool and warm stimuli. Second, while warm stimuli increase the valence of positive messages, this is not so for negative ones. Cool stimuli, on the other hand, lower the valence of both positive and negative messages. While our results support Salminen et al.'s classic study that showed that warm and cool stimuli can increase arousal over neutral, our findings, however, differ from Tewell et al.'s work on thermally stimulating Facebook posts, where they don't find an effect of thermal stimulation on valence ratings. And so finally, based on our semi-structured interviews, we see similar patterns as before. So for warm stimuli, most participants found that positive messages became more positive. So like P3 said, if it's warm, I can sense a positive emotion is sincere. For cool stimuli, most participants found that such stimuli lowered valence of positive messages. So some examples include like P1 saying, I feel it's not that positive anymore, or P8 finding that it lowers sincerity, or P2 saying that cool stimuli makes it more angry or more severe. So there's a number of considerations from our work which I'd like to go through. So first, it appears that warm and cool stimuli are comfortably tolerable on the upper chest area, are easily perceived and quickly detected. Also, we need to consider the trade-off between user comfort and detection time when adding fabric. In our case, adding fabric did not provide more comfort, and was at the cost of detection time. Third, as shown also in prior work, the message context matters whether thermal stimuli influence both valence and arousal or only arousal. In our case, we had brief voice messages, which were standalone units of conversation, and so thermal augmentation works well here. Also, while we tested this and discussed it in the paper, we did not, and perhaps cannot, recreate missing emotional prosody in a consistent manner using thermal stimuli. So in this case, this goal is probably not one to pursue. Finally, we can wrap up with a number of key design factors that we found can aid in constructing such thermal augmentation displays. So first, which fabric and wearability comfort are we aiming for? Second, what for the designer and the target user is a suitable temperature perception and comfort, and what detection time is required for such a design? And finally, what is more important, thermally stimulating valence, arousal, or both? And on which body location? So thank you very much, and please refer to the paper or the longer CHI 2020 paper video for details. And please feel free to drop me an email or send me a message on Twitter for any further questions. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. So is there any questions from the audience? If not, I have a couple of questions. Yeah, so in terms of the location that you chose, could you explain a bit more about like what other locations might be suitable for this kind of emotion-related thermal feedback? And yeah.
Thank you very much. It's a good question. And this is one question that's been bothering us all along is because we didn't find any work that somehow tries to relate what's a good body site for stimulating emotions. So then we dug into the literature and we found the bodily map of emotions by Newman et al. And even though these are based on self-reports but they had thousands of participants, and it seems that the chest is a common area for feeling different or experiencing different emotions. Of course, there's many other problems with the upper chest area, which we've come to discover. But so this was a starting point, and we thought, let's go, since our goal is really to stimulate emotions, then let's just follow prior work and see how far it takes us. But whether it's a practical solution in the long term, then I think it's not the right approach, which we discuss and reflect on in our work.
Yeah. I personally like that approach because I think, you can design future wearables like, necklaces and things that have recently we've seen things like smell devices and things like that. So we can integrate a lot of other things with your research as well. So I think there's another question that's asking about what are your thoughts on using vibrotactile feedback in combination with thermal wear for, I guess, emotions. Yeah.
Quite frankly, I don't know, because it might provide too many confounds between providing haptic feedback plus thermal feedback, and there's a thin line between augmenting a voice message to increase or lower its valence and arousal to just straight out increase arousal. Mm-hmm. Because if we're feeling too much from different modalities, it might also defeat the purpose. And so this was an initial exploration of to what extent. So we were thinking of voice assistants, and in the end, we're thinking of embedding material elements in, let's say, cushions or couches. So then, if you were to receive a voice message, would you be able to know what the valence and arousal is of the person sending it? So this is our logical next step. But at first, we want to see, is there even a relationship between coolness and hotness and what somebody's voice sounds like?
Great. Thanks. And yeah, Yosh has a recommendation. He mentions, don't know if it's helpful, but molecules of emotions, Candenspert might be interesting. Yeah, I guess you can take a look at that.
Thank you.
And
Jazz, I did not know about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions coming in now. So Jazz asks, how would you imagine creating future versions of thermalware that could produce more complex emotional augmentations, whether that's temporal or future combinations of locations you'd be interested in?
Yes, so I also think what Sebastian mentioned earlier and said the limitations of context-based solutions is that they're extremely power-hungry, these material elements. So the fact that we're thinking of a wearable that we could just receive voice messages on the phone, at least in today's landscape, doesn't seem very practical. Mm-hmm. So what we're thinking then is, as I mentioned earlier, to just embed this in furniture. So if I'm already sitting down and I'm getting a message on my phone now, then this may be a good way to augment, let's say, an interaction, or if I'm talking to Alexa, let's say, to give a bit more of an immersive experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the whole wearability aspect and having a pulsar element, I mean, participants had to literally sometimes hold the system to their chest because it was heavy and bulky.
Yeah, actually, I noticed that in one of the pictures, I can see the participant holding. I wrote it down as a question as well. Yeah, I think
it's deliberate to show this,
Yeah, that is a good point. And yeah, so there's a lot of questions coming in. So I think we can probably move into the panel discussion, and I'll go through the questions for Abdullah, and then we'll go through the questions for everyone through the panel discussion. Does that sound good to everyone? Okay. Yeah. So firstly, I'll just ask the last question from Yosh. Is it suitable to detect a wide range of emotions because some people don't have high EQ or perception of situation awareness that might not be as advanced as so their body might be reacting to something not the intended emotion?
Yeah, so I think earlier there was a talk by Dimitris on scents and how they could be used to induce pleasantness or anger, etc. And of course, the question is there some universal agreed upon ground truth by which an emotional elicitation method could be used? And in this case, it very much varies. Some people are very much in tune with their body. I mean, we had one participant who just could not finish the study because he felt too sensitive when it came to experiencing this. So let alone emotions, the whole sensitivity was already a reason enough to quit the study. So in this respect, yeah, it could also give the unintended emotion. But what we found interesting is that if it was warm stimulation for a positive message, it made the message much more positive. But if it was cool stimulation, then it felt very sarcastic or insincere, or as if the person like, yeah, this is exactly what it is. And I thought that's interesting because we could be experiencing these effects anyway. Like if you're talking to somebody when it's really rainy and cold, or if it's a nice sunny day, maybe it could be the same message content, but just interpreted radically differently. And this is the kind of work we're trying to, coming more from the emotion research perspective, and to what extent it could be modulated.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, I think we can move on to, there's some comments about the multisensory overload from Alex and Jess. So I think there's a lot of interesting things coming up through this discussion. And I think one of the fascinating things about this particular session was that I saw a lot of different types of uses for thermal feedback, like not just like, evaluating how thermal feels like on the skin, but, coming up with illusions like wetness or, looking at multi-bit displays that are kind of like on-demand displays, for instance, and even like, generating or like looking into more flexible type of actuators for thermal displays as well. And yeah, I think that's kind of a fascinating way to look at this session. And yeah, so I'm curious to ask all the authors in the session, like, what are your thoughts about like where the future of thermal feedback is going? I think this is something that everyone's thinking about, like in terms of, we see a lot of research focusing on virtual reality and like emotions and other kinds of applications of thermal feedback. So what are your thoughts on the future of thermal feedback and how it will come into the consumer market? So I'll start with Ming first because he's appearing first in my list. So yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, sorry.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting question. So I don't have much experience with doing a lot of VR and thermal related research. So MOE is just one of the first kind of research where we're trying to look into this space. But from the lessons we learned from building MOE and exploring this sensation is that one thing we learned is that people's ability to feel this type of sensations are different. So I didn't mention in my study is that we actually encountered participants who couldn't feel the change in temperature that much. So therefore, they couldn't feel the wetness illusions, which is derived from the temperature change. So I think maybe in the future, one of the challenges will be how can we provide this type of simulated sensations, customize the simulated sensations for to different people with different abilities. I think that's one. The other one, as Pedro just also commented on, is how can we make this set of illusions last for a longer period of time, so that when they interact in the VR environment, it's not just a momentary experience. It could be a on-demand type of illusion to them. So I think that's two on top of my head that I can think of.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Ming. So we'll move on to Sebastian. What are your views on this?
Yeah, I think Ming is right. So I agree on this. Additionally, I would say one of the biggest challenges with thermal feedback is like the usability and variability of such actuators. I mean, we saw a lot of different things today from LT elements, which again, either small or very power consuming. Or like, for example, our system Terminator, where we need a lot of liquids at the moment. So either if you want to cool down or heat up different things, we need a certain amount of surface to do this, or a lot of energy. And both is still very tricky because we don't have very small actuators, especially if we compare to other haptic components, for example, vibroprojectile feedback. We have small actuators, they can work pretty easily, or also a lot of work done by Pedro with the EMS actuation. This is possible to reduce in size, however, with the thermal actuation is still a bit of a challenge. However, I thought it was a really nice presentation in the US morning. It's already late evening from Jazz, who did a completely different approach with like this scent of different liquids to change the overall temperature sensation.
Yeah, I think that was a fascinating work. So if anyone's interested, please check out the trigeminal temperature illusions. I can't remember the exact title, but something like that in the previous session on smell, that's also looking at giving thermal feedback through smell sensations. And I don't know what are your views on bringing thermal into like the future?
Yeah, now I'm interested in online haptic communication. In the era, it is important to communicate not only information but also transmit emotion or feeling. And today's presentation, many presentations show that thermal stimulation can present comfortable or uncomfortable or even present pain. So I think thermal stimulation is the transmit emotion is a very strong point compared to other tactile stimulation like vibration or electrical stimulation or ultrasound stimulation or air stimulation. So this year I want to challenge to communicate emotion or feeling with the thermal stimulation, thermal feedback. And the advantage is the system is very simple. It can provide thermal stimulation, the small Pulse device. So I think online haptic communication is one important application.
Thank you. And Abdullah, what are your views on this?
Well, to be quite frank, I'm not really a thermal researcher per se. So I'm coming from emotion or affective computing, and we're trying to develop all kinds of techniques to ensure that our devices can be emotionally responsive and can create a bit more harmony with humans. And so thermal feedback is just one means to sort of enhance this kind of aspect. But judging from the talks earlier, to do with smell and thermal and then later taste, well, the kind of nightmare future that I would imagine is that we have all these devices happening and I'm suddenly overstimulated in every aspect. And I think researchers would probably need to start kind of defining some kind of either adaptive rules for when to stimulate what when on which body part. And of course, everything works very well in a lab setting, and then yes, we can distinguish between these two. But what would happen if I'm smelling a scent, having thermostimulation on my lips, also on my forearms, a wetness illusion here, and this is kind of a future which I don't necessarily like want, and maybe this is something that could be seen as a challenge for any kind of multimodal interaction, but also a lot of the work that tries to stimulate the senses. I mean, the senses are already quite sensitive to many aspects. Some people are hypersensitive, some people aren't. So using specific domains, maybe it's important, but I find the combination interesting, of course, with the grand goal of going towards to have better emotional communication and recognition.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And yeah, I can see a lot of conversations going on in the chat about agency and yeah, there's some. Pedro, do you want to jump in on anything? That's,
No, I was just fascinated by some of the points that Abdallah mentioned, and I think he just mentioned them again. Of there's a lot that we don't know, and especially I think these lab studies that we do, we always try to generalize as much as possible. But then there is a confound, which is that once a device is put onto someone, we can't generalize anymore because it's for that person. So hypersensitivity and personal variations and all that becomes then super important. And I love your comments, Abdallah, on that. I think that's a big challenge, maybe that thermal and olfaction and a bunch of other fields have to go through before we can even roll them out to other people outside. I don't know. I like those thoughts.
Yeah, I think that's a good point because most of the time, in my personal experience also, like most of the research was always kind of motivated by the feedback from the participants. And like we just do some kind of a basic thermal study, and then they say, oh, I remember, like it was opening an oven, or, did you spray water on my face? Like these are actual feedbacks that kind of led into different directions of our research. And yeah, I'm just curious to know what kind of motivations led to your research, like especially because there's so many diverse set of applications that you're looking at. So yeah, if you can jump in on that, maybe starting with Ming.
Okay. So one of the things I'm personally interested in is about like different types of sensations we can provide to this VR environment, which is many visual dominant, right? So I think thermal feedback, wetness illusion that we're looking into are just examples. There are also other ones, olfactory ones, smell, taste. I think all of this, we can bring these sensations together into VR that we can create more realistic or more rich feelings for the users. I think in that direction, I think I'm quite excited about that direction. And I think what some of the challenges, again, as many of you guys mentioned about personalization, how do we design customized systems that can cater to a particular person's sensation abilities, for example? How do we make the devices small enough, like even in MOE, our system, that we mentioned the weight of the system it doesn't match with some of the virtual objects. How can we also match other aspects of our prototype with the objects we're trying to simulate, so that they not only provide the sensation we want, but also other types of properties also match with the physical objects. I think toward that goal, I think it requires a lot of expertise from I think different aspects to make this happen.
Thanks, Sebastian.
Okay, no. Yes, again, I agree what Ming said. And also, I think a lot of the issues we have with thermal feedback are not limited by thermal feedback. For example, I go a lot into the direction of like the whole somatosensory system, which also covers like proprioception and so on, and also pressure feedback, and it's all like haptic feedback system, which often needs some, yeah, besides a lot of energy, also some force that need to be applied to the body and what moment to do.
Thank you, Sebastian. Arnobu, anything you want to add?
Yeah. I think the energy consumption is one big problem for thermal stimulation. In fact, our system continue for 1 hour, 2 hours. So we have to some other actuators to use in daily life and continuous use. And other thing is the perception is different from individuals. So I also agree with personalization for thermal feedback.
Thank you, Nobu. Abdullah, anything?
This last comment is quite interesting. I mean, yeah, imagine we were all having, let's say, thermal bracelets, let's say. Does this change our day-to-day perceptions of how sensitive our skin is for the site that's stimulated? And then do you bring these people to the lab to test them? Do you have to calibrate the system beforehand so that we could see effects and find differences? And yeah, I think it's clear that at some point we do strive for universals and to generalize, but the true story is that the reason in HCI we include subjective reports on top of the quantitative findings is because there's going to be variability, variance, disorder, whatever you want to call it. But it's never going to be a clear-cut picture. We can talk about averages, but some of those things aren't necessarily just averages. And that's, I think, a key point, which I think everyone who's tried to kind of modulate or tune a human being or amplify them in one way or another will have to realize at some point, is that there isn't a one fix for everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when it comes to these kinds of personal sensations, like I was also like quite interested because, you know, when you try to report it, like self-report it, you know, there's so much variability that you might encounter, and it's very difficult to overcome that. And right now, I believe like the physiological sensing is not strong enough for us to have a reliable measurement for these kinds of purposes. So yeah, it's like with sensations like thermal, smell, and maybe even taste, like, you know, it's very difficult to quantify what a person feels so that we can have kind of a unified system. And yeah, I think as Pedro also mentions, how to design for variability is kind of a big question that we all need to think about. Yeah, so
quick comment on that.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, also with the generalizability, so that's correct English word, I don't know. Generalization. Of like thermal sensation and so on. It's not easy. I mean, even when we planned our system, it's hard to find like this one solution or one answer to, for example, where's the neutral skin temperature. It always is a range between, I don't know, 4 or 5 degrees, and even we try to center our neutral stimulus at like the neutral average skin temperature level. But as we could see in our results that, for example, warm temperatures could even be warmer, even if the pain thresholds were very close. especially compared to our lower limit, which was like, I don't know, 5 to almost 10 degrees from the cold pain threshold, and people already started to say, oh, it's way too cold, feels uncomfortable, and so on.
Absolutely. I think that's a good point about the safety of the stimuli that we can produce with these systems as well. So yeah, I think I myself have burned myself so much when designing these systems. And I'm sure Pedro also may have, like, had all these muscle stimulations, going crazy. And yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we also tried, I tried on myself, how far can we go? I mean, the lowest limit for the coldness was 17 degrees we could reach in our system. However, we could go up to, I don't know, almost cooking water. So I think the maximum I had on my body was around 60, 65 degrees even for a very short time. And then it really started to hurt. For example, if I go from the literature and have like only this 50 degrees as a pain threshold, for myself, it was still like not too bad.
Cool. So it looks like maybe Alex might have a question. Let me see if I can unmute him.
Go ahead, Alex.
Hey, if you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
I guess, one of the big things, the themes that I really like about this design for variability point, Judith brought it up earlier in her presentation when she was looking at sort of the social acceptance of her wearables. And honestly, this is one of the main attractants that I had to come to see this Kai presentation, because it's often, I mean, all this stuff is amazing research, but when it comes to commercializing it, or even just, releasing it to patients or for therapeutics, that can be one of the biggest breakers for its success, more so than whether it's even accurate, is the perception of it. So I just really appreciate this conversation. I just wanted to comment on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Anyone wants to comment on that? Yeah.
Well, I can just say, also here, I think it always applies a bit with the use case. As I said, if you have like some therapy use case, you don't want to have like a very bulky system, or if you have to want something which is more focusing on mobility or outside or ever prevention in whatever scenario, then of course it needs to be small. However, then you maybe do not need like a full body activation or something. So like smaller system, like a bracelet or so, would already work for the certain use case.
Okay, so I think we are reaching the time limit for our panel discussion. So I would like to thank all the authors and everyone who participated, asking questions and everything. So thank you very much, everyone, for the cool session. Right. So yeah, I guess next will be the test session, and I'll maybe pass it on to Pedro and Jess to take over.
Thank you for this event, and thanks, Roshan, for session
Thank you very
sharing.
much.
Thank you very much, Boyas.
Thank you, Roshan. That was really amazing. So everyone, we just finished the second session, right? So that's the one that I highlighted on my screen. This was the session on temperature. If you didn't catch the first one on smell, which we all made a few reference to it on our discussion, once the event is done, you'll be able to see it on the YouTube link that we also distributed on the event page. Next up would be our session on taste. So we're having a larger break now. So it's, I believe, 3 p.m. now in Chicago, exactly 3 p.m. And we're having a 3.5 hour break just to give some time for our co-authors in Asia who are presenting some of these papers to also have a better time zone for them. So please join us if this is harmonious with your time zone in 3.5 hours for the taste session. And feel free to bring whatever foods you're eating at that time, and just let's eat it on Zoom. That sounds like a really great idea. And once more, thanks Roshan and everyone for this awesome temperature session. See you in a little bit.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, hi.
Hey.
Hi, Jess.
Yeah,
Hi,
that's
how
me.
are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
Yeah, good. Just let me test my screen.
Sure.
I would like to test some sound clips.
Sure. I'll let you know if I can hear them.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear them?
Yep, I can hear that.
Mm-hmm. It's coming in really nice.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, yes. Can you hear me?
Yep. Great.
Loud and clear?
Yep, perfect. And then, Arinya, can you also test your audio and video?
Okay, sure. Yeah, give me 1 sec. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, Ohio.
Ohio. Let me give me 1 second. Second, two. Here we go. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, great.
Yep.
Okay, then it's perfect. I don't have any sounds in my video properly.
Okay.
So it's okay. All right. And thank you for arranging it. It's best time for me, like in the early morning. Thank you.
I think the time differences are fun.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, yes. Thank you for organizing. I'm also in the morning. Good morning.
Good night.
Good morning and good night.
Oh, I think I should also try to pronounce your names correctly. So I think the Yan one probably easier. Is that correct, Yan?
Yes, that's correct.
Cool.
Yan?
Yeah. And Parinya?
Yeah, that's perfect. Parinya.
Parinya.
Yeah.
And how about your last name? Is
this-
that Pongwon?
No, it is Pan Pong Sanon.
Pang Pong Sanon.
Yes,
Is
perfect.
that correct?
Yeah.
Are you from Vietnam or?
No, I'm from Thailand.
Thailand. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you too. Hello, Petro.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Hey.
I didn't see you in the screen. Sorry, I didn't like
That's
say
all right.
hello to you. It's just scrolling down and okay, see your name. Thank you for organizing it, like together with Jazz.
It's all Jazz.
This is really cool.
All right. We're very happy to have you.
Thank you. I'm happy to give the presentations again too. Like, yeah.
You gave it at the Fab Symposium, or?
Yeah, at the Fab Symposium, like we have the Kai Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, Kai Japan was really nice. I watched a few of the talks as well.
Sorry, gonna jump in for 2 seconds.
Go ahead, Jazz.
Laurencia and Tony, I just added you as co-hosts, so go ahead and test that you can like unmute yourself, test your audio and video, just so we're sure Q&A is gonna go smoothly. And welcome. Sorry.
Welcome.
Hi, Jess. Hi, Pedro. And hi, everyone.
Hi, Laurencia.
Hi.
And I think...
Is Tony joining us today?
Yeah, I can message him.
Didn't see him long time.
Hi, Jess. Tony is here.
Is Tony under Tang, under his last name?
I think so.
All right, so Tony, you should be able to unmute yourself in it and activate your webcam / video. Oh yeah, your video's on. Hi.
All right, we're gonna give just a little bit of a wait. So I know there's a few more people that are gonna join the Zoom room very soon. So I can start with just a reminder of what the symposium has been so far around in like a minute or two, but then we can wait a little bit longer just to get folks a chance to either tune into the Zoom link or tune into the YouTube. And then I'll give Nimesh a heads up when we swap to the moderation.
And Tony, just made your account a co-host so you can go ahead and check for audio.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Perfect.
I knew Tony would say something like that. Nice to see you.
Howdy ho. Thanks for organizing these. It's great to get all of these kind of all together. I know I haven't been present myself, but I think thanks so much for actually going and taking the step of doing this. I think it's fantastic.
If you just joined in, we're just giving a few minutes to wait for people to join in, and then we'll start with the last session on taste very, very soon. Give us a minute or two. All right, everyone. So we are about to start the last session of the Smell, Taste, and Temperature Symposium that, we're all here gathered kind of in a single day symposium where we have a lot of talks about these three topics that we thought are, something that we're really invested in and wanted to see the whole CHI 2020 on it. If you're not from the HCI community and you just joined us and you don't know what HCI is or CHI is, HCI is the Human-Computer Interaction Field. And CHI is our premier venue, our main conference where we all go every year, and we're really meeting our friends and all excited to hear about their new papers. This year, obviously, with the COVID-19 pandemic, that didn't happen. And so there's a bunch of different symposiums organized in a kind of a do-it-yourself fashion. And this is one of them, and we're very glad that you just joined in. If you just joined in, you lost 2 sessions already, but the good thing is that, this is all streaming, and so you can just go to YouTube and just rewind the timeline. You can see what was happening in the morning, or the smell session, which was chaired by Emanuela, and we had really 4 awesome talks by Dimitris, Andrea, Judith, and Jazz, who's co-organizing the symposium with me. We had a couple of hours ago, about 6 hours ago or so, the second session, the temperature session, which was shared by Roshan Paris. And we had talks about what new kinds of thermal displays are out there. So we had Aribu Nijima, Mingming Fang, Sebastian, and Abdallah talking about the new kinds of temperature rendering devices and hardware. And now we are here about to enter our very last session, which we opted to do on taste, which is a completely new emergent area of HCI. It's been really hard to do research in this area, but every year we see amazing new developments, and we're going to see more soon in the upcoming years, but we want to celebrate the ones from this year by having them all conjugated there here in this session. So we're going to have 3 talks for you, and as always we've done, we follow it a moderated panel discussion. So you can chat with the folks via Zoom or via YouTube, ask questions in the chat. There's a Q&A function that is simply a chat room, so you can ask directly the questions for everyone. If you want to have side chats, you are very welcome to do that. We've activated a feature that you can talk to people individually as well. But if you post a question, the moderator will ask it out loud at the end of each talk. Now, at the end of each talk, we only have like about a minute or two for questions, because what we really want to do is bring in all the participants, all the authors at the end of these 3 talks and have a panel that can last, as much as we want, honestly, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes, and just really dive into the hard questions about taste. So yeah, that's about it. And without further ado, I'll pass the microphone to Nimesh Shinge, who's our amazing session chair, and is going to introduce and moderate this last session of today.
Yeah,
Nimesh, go for it.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Pedro, and thanks again for organizing with Yas. And it's a amazing way we can all connect with the even without with all these social distancing and stuff. So I'm particularly happy that we have a symposium and we are going to discuss about the taste interfaces or interventions with the taste. And to be honest, like many years ago, I started sort of working on this field, and then I felt like I'm the lost guy or weird guy attending conferences, and no one ever has done like a taste interfaces at that time. This is like around 2010 and 2009. But I can see like a lot of people are working on the taste, which is like really nice to see, and a lot of good collaborations going on. And I think that this session will also create like new interactions, new connections, and hopefully more papers to come in the upcoming years. Okay, to get things started, I think as Pedro gave like an overview, we have 3 talks. The first one is from Yan Wang. I think this is a doctoral consortium paper, and the title of the paper is hold on, understanding the design of playful gastrosonic experiences. This is really interesting to see all these taste and sound related experiments and experiences are coming into play. And without further ado, I would like to invite Yan Wang to present your amazing work to us. And I would also like to welcome everyone to the session, and let's have a fruitful and discussion and full of discussions towards the end. Jan?
Yeah. Yes. Hi. Again, thank you for organizing this very good place and for me to present my work here. Hello, everyone. My name is Yan. I'm currently a PhD student at Exertion GameStep, now Monash University in Australia. And before we go to start, we would hear some sounds first. Actually, can you hear the sounds?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Cool. Yeah, and can you guess what the food is? It's like a small game.
Apple.
Yeah, cool. And how about this?
Carrot.
Any option?
People are saying nuts, candy, carrots,
lollipop, peanuts, celery.
Yeah, actually, this is black chocolate. So we can hear different sounds when we are eating food. For example, we can hear this sort of chewing sounds from our mouths to perceive what we eat. Research from psychology teaches us sounds can change our perception of flavors and ways of eating. Let's hear sounds again. For example, people may perceive sweetness increased with these high-pitched sounds while drinking a coffee. If you got a coffee now, maybe hear these sounds. Yeah, we found these links between eating and listening with a combined multisensory experience are quite interesting. We call it gastrosonic experience. Although we know sounds play an important role in our eating experience, research related to food psychology focusing more on memorable auditory stimulus rather than on eating interactions that might happen while people perceive those sounds. As eating is an activity of our daily basis, food not only provides us with energy, but also eating offers us rich, pleasurable experience of lives. So we believe that designing technology around food should pay more attention to experiential qualities of eating interactions to support pleasurable eating experiences, in particular playful aspect of eating experiences. In order to support a positive relationship with food, here we're focusing on designing playfulness with eating interactions. As play lies in our human nature, play is also the way to explore the relationship with the object and the environment and ourselves. Play is also a way to enrich our social and emotional values of life. So we believe playful eating is spontaneous activity. Wherever it forms, it ultimately fun. Playful eating is also a mindset where people pursue the mundane activity of eating with an enthusiastic and in a moment attitude. So here our research is focusing on playful approach to enrich eating experience. To explore this, first we present ice cream. Here is a video.
We designed ice cream. Ice cream is a novel capacitive sensing ice cream cone that plays different sounds when eating ice cream in order to support a playful eating experience and facilitate a positive relationship with food. We studied how players explored the different auditory interaction possibilities with their eating actions, while the different sounds in turn modified those eating actions.
Very rude, ice cream. Stop burping at me.
The knowledge gained from ice cream can be used to create novel, playful eating experiences. It might also be useful when aiming to create eating interventions that people might actually enjoy.
Oh, this is weird.
Aligning with the idea of mindful eating that promotes a positive relationship with food.
I've never had an experience like that made me, I suppose, care so much about my food. I think normally with an ice cream I'll just, wolf it down.
Knowing my friends, we'd make it into a game, and it's also delicious because ice cream.
I think it can sort of, encourage you to eat certain foods. So let's say foods that you don't normally would want to eat. With interesting sounds, it might actually appeal to you to actually want to try to eat more.
With our work, we demonstrate how interactive technology can be used to draw attention to the food, which is a key strategy for mindful eating that advocates an enjoyable relationship with food in order to prevent mindless eating.
Ice cream is a capacitive sensing cone which dynamically generates 4 different sounds while eating ice cream. We use ice cream because it's normally considered as mood food, and eating ice cream as one type of everyday activity which can increase happiness for most people and improve our mental health. As eating together is also an important social activity that supports positive eating interactions, engaging with music and sound can also facilitate social eating experience through eating together. Inspired by this, we extend ice cream to whipped cream. Here is a demo video. Ice cream consists of two independent ice cream cones that allow users to interact with musical sounds generated through eating ice cream together. Ice cream system offer open-ended gameplay where players can freely perform any eating actions. With our sound system, players can select two different instruments. They can perform a turn-taking interaction while eating ice cream together. We map the normalized capacitance data to a major Panharmonic scale to generate continuous sounds. As a result, player can create a steady flow of sounds through eating ice cream together. Inspired by piano-based play, we also set up a chord effect in one of the sound patches to support cooperative way of playing. This image presents an embodied interaction of using playful gastosonic system for our study. There are 4 components in this process, including eating actions, technology, sensory feedback, and human. Through ice cream study, we found there is ongoing interaction loop. Players explore the different auditory interaction possibilities with their eating actions, while sounds in turn modify those eating actions. Based on these 2 themes, we present 4 tactics for designers. For example, we recommend designers to consider the inherent feature of food for exploration of sounds through eating. As we design ice cream, we use inherent conductive feature of ice cream and its dynamic texture. As ice cream was melting, players had to consistently engage with ice cream. So after each bite or lick, the shape of ice cream was changed, hence the sounds different. For ice cream study, we generate 3 themes as time limit. Here, we only present 1 theme that is improvised sounds facilitate shared attention to food. In our ice cream study, users report that ice cream made them pay more attention to others' eating behavior to better cooperate with each other. Some of eaters said they noticed they ate ice cream more slowly than usual. Also, based on these themes, we propose 3 tactics for designers. Here we just present 1 tactic. If you are interested in the rest of tactics, please read our paper. We will present that at DIS 2020 this year. We recommend designer to utilize ambiguity as a design resource to support savoring. Savoring refers to focusing on attention to sensory input of consumption experiences. With ice cream, participants become aware of changing sounds through eating ice cream together. As they start paying attention to each other's eating behaviors, they appreciate playful social eating moment despite enduring struggles in controlling sounds better. So here at the end, my take-home message is gastosonic system can be a source for playful eating experience. And thank you for watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan, for the great work as well as the fun interactions you have seen, you have shown to us. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to drop them into the chat box, and we have like 1 or 2 minutes after each talk to get few questions, and then we will follow up with all the speakers towards the end with through the moderated panel session. I have a quick question to you, Jan. Seeing your video as well as the other images, do you have any like sort of the sounds has any connections with the user's particular interaction with the ice cream itself? For example, like how the tongue touches the food itself, or how much time duration the tongue touches the food, or you just play the sound based on any sort of connection?
Yes, this is for me to think from playful angle. I think I just considered and focusing on their playful experience, because we use sounds for food play. It's not for like to understand. For me, it's like a more instrumental aspect to understand how like how long time they touch the tongue and how many times, and based on some numbers to understand this kind of experience. But for me, it's much more like to ask their feeling, how they feel the system, how they experience this sort of interaction. For me, I understand like if we try to do this sort of edible interface or something, it's really hard to do that because usually taste and like eating interactions or eating actions is subjective. We cannot to get quite like precise data from that. So and also for my research is to understand their experience. When they eat, it's like a lived experience when they eat and how they feel this kind of sensory stimulus.
Yeah, sounds good. I think we also have a few questions. Bruno asked, what do you mean by incongruent eating actions in one of your slides? Incongruent eating actions?
Yes, for example, as usual, if we don't use our system, like we don't need to use ice cream or whipped cream, we just eat normal ice cream. Sometimes you only hear your mouth sounds. But what if we add more sounds like a burping sound or the rest of the sounds or the chewing sounds? And in our study, we also find like when people eat ice cream, they prefer apple sound. They like chewing sound. They told me they want to eat more and they feel a little bit strange but interesting with these incongruent sounds. And they feel that it's a surprise and they engage more with ice cream with eating experience. Yeah.
And did you also find this surpriseness has sort of like increased the enjoyment of playfulness?
I think for my next, and I will keep understand how, like, if we could measure that kind of playful, playable experience and how it is like a 5 point or 1 point. But actually, I did some like I used like lightweight to like a plex questionnaire to ask them, and for them this kind of sounds is there's no like a differences between each of them. They feel all those sounds are playful and engaging, and they love this sort of system. So that's why I didn't present that part of data. Yeah.
Cool.
In my paper.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I think we have two more questions. Probably we will get some short answers. Did you find any different responses from people from different cultures? For example, their reaction to the sounds of ice cream, also the blurp sound or the slurps, and how different culture people respond to them?
I think for me, the most challenging part is to figure it out how people think of like a negative experience. But the interesting part is in my first study, and I've found that there's some differences between different sex and different like a female and males. And when they experience this sort of a system, females they prefer some I mean positive sounds like chewing sounds and laughing sounds, but the males prefer this sort of negative sounds. This thing is like a joke and the fun part of the system. So that's what I find. But I didn't explore like with different cultures and how people experience this sort of experience. So as I mentioned, like it's really hard to do this sort of food related work because sometimes when I choose the different food and people will got different perspective on that kind of food. Yeah.
Tell me about it.
And
the last question, I think we have a few more, but I think since the time duration, we can this can be the last question. So Katie asked, why did you focus on the ice cream? I think you sort of answered that one, but we would like to hear your opinions again. And how did you select particular music selections you have made in your experiments?
Sorry, which one?
It's the Katie asked from why did you focus on ice cream as the subject of the experiment, and how is the music selection made?
For the first project like ice cream, we used the Plex framework and found four 4 categories based on the playful experience framework. So this is what we select. Actually, we built up a library and we do a pilot study and we ask different people to experience sound. And some sounds, there's no difference between some kind of sounds, but we pick up like most differences between these 4 categories, like negative experience and a positive experience. We use like, for example, as I play like 2 different kind of audio files, and some of them it's very easy to figure it out like a apple sounds, but it's a little bit hard to figure out like a chocolate sound or a carrot sounds or nuts. So this when I did my first study, I used this way to pick up this sort of sound files. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much, Jan. And that's a great chat. And we would like to continue the chat towards the end when we have the panel discussion. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the second talk by Laurencia and Tony. The title of the talk is Why Do People Watch Others Eat Food? An empirical study on the motivations and practices of mukbang viewers. Okay, let's go ahead, Laurencia and Tony.
Okay, so hi everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you to Jess and Pedro for organizing this event, and thank you for everyone who have joined today. Today I will present my work, which was actually my thesis, undergraduate thesis, under the guidance of Tony, who is also here today. So without further ado, Jess, can you play the video?
Yep,
thank you.
Got it.
Hi everyone, my name is Laurencia and Jenny. Today I'm going to talk about my work that was submitted and accepted to KAI 2020. The paper is about understanding the motivations and practices of people who watch others eat. Mukbang is an online audiovisual broadcast in which the host eats and interacts with the viewers through storytelling or live chatting. The word itself is a combination of the word eating and broadcast in Korean, and it is associated with 3 social contexts: the dramatic increase in single-person households in Korea, the rise of Korean youth's internet culture, and its ability to provide a sense of liberation from the social pressure to be physically attractive. We decided to study mukbang because there are so many different types of activities that you can stream online, so we feel that it is useful to understand how they manifest on the internet, since prior work has focused on video game content. So we make 2 contributions in this work. Firstly, we contrast the practices and motivations of mukbang viewers with prior research on the social aspects of video streams. Secondly, we offer several design implications for video streaming experiences that go beyond game content. For data collection, I collected survey data from 104 respondents. I also had interesting interviews with 15 mukbang viewers, and from those results, I got to explore how and why people watch mukbang. Some people stream mukbang as a mealtime companion, especially when they eat by themselves. And you know, in this moment, many of us are probably sitting at home and finding source of entertainment from the internet while we're eating. So this is also the time when remote commensality becomes more pertinent.
I found this one person. Her name is Stephanie Su. She's my favorite because she talks mostly about conspiracy theory and unsolved mystery. That's fun to have a story time when you're eating, like a virtual conversation, I'd say.
Well, some people also see mukbang viewing as a private activity.
Yes, I do watch alone in private. It's almost like porn. I cannot watch it with somebody else.
And lastly, some watch mukbang as part of their leisure activity.
Sometimes when I'm going to bed, I'm actually just watching mukbang videos.
I watch mukbang at night when I'm supposed to be sleeping and I'm hungry.
Now that we know how viewers watch mukbang, let's find out why they watch it. I classified their motivations into 3 themes: sense of connectedness, to describe viewers who feel socially connected with the streamer; vicarious pleasure, to describe viewers who feel sensorially engaged with the food or eating experience; and spectacle or performance, to describe viewers who find the performance of the mukbangers entertaining. 6 of the people that I interviewed felt a sense of intimacy with the mukbangers, and they mainly admired them for their personalities, stories, or physical appearance.
I love watching Hunyi Eats because she is a very polite and lovable person. I just love her, and I love watching Stephanie too because she is such a funny and sweet girl. Also, she mixes mukbangs with stories about crime and conspiracies. She is a very good storyteller.
The second theme is vicarious pleasure. 10 of the participants told me that they watch mukbang because of the vicarious pleasure that they could get from watching and hearing the mukbanger eat. So there are 3 aspects to this category. The first one is about multi-sensory experience. A lot of mukbangers like to capture and emphasize their eating sounds, like the munching and the gulping sounds, and they are known as ASMR. Here are some examples.
I think ASMR is the most important thing. You can actually hear every single bit of chewing, and that makes you feel like you're doing it. It's so good.
The second part of the category is about virtual satiation, whereby some viewers watch mukbang to satisfy their food cravings or hunger.
I'm a Muslim, so during Ramadan, I watch a lot of mukbangs because I can't really eat during the day. So I like to see, like maybe I can eat this later in the day.
The last part of the category is about viewers who had some physiological experiences after watching mukbang. For example, they suddenly had cravings for the food that they saw in mukbang videos.
When I watch these videos, it definitely makes me want to go eat. If it's seafood, it makes me want to go eat seafood.
I watch a lot of noodles for some reason, because it makes like delicious noises and I like that. And I have noticed that I'm constantly craving noodles now because of the videos.
The last motivation for mukbang viewing is about the spectacle of eating and the mukbanger's performance. I believe you would have noticed by now that the striking element from a mukbang video is the large quantity of food being consumed. In North American culture, this extreme eating situation is typically reserved for eating competitions. Moreover, since mukbang itself is like a performance, some of the participants place value on the overall performance of the mukbangers, such as their eating style, reactions to exotic food, or struggles in finishing spicy food.
I like it too when the mukbangers eat sloppily. It's real. I love it especially when they can't control. It's like noodles everywhere and sauce all over the place, and that's hilarious, and I love it.
Watching other people's reactions is super interesting. To watch people doing these challenges, like the spicy challenges, is fun to watch.
Now that we have a better understanding on how and why people watch mukbang, we can see that mukbang addresses an array of viewers' motivations, and it becomes like a single gathering place for a diverse set of viewers. Based on this understanding, we imagine tailoring future streaming interfaces to address these different needs. For example, through audio segmentation, developing multisensory simulation system, and improving remote commensality experience through blended reality. So mukbang is really an interesting lens to think about other kinds of streaming activities. Understanding this design space provides a useful contrast to other online streaming activities, as well as suggest new design directions for streaming technologies. Now we have come to the end of the presentation. Thank you so much for watching.
Wow, I'm hungry. Thank you for the great talk, Laurencia and Tony, and also the great work. I was just thinking about this virtual satiation thing you guys mentioned. Like by looking at someone, you feel like the satiety is satisfied. Do you think there is like a connection between this watching someone eating versus the viewer feel the same sort of sensations and pleasure experience is somehow connected to our brain physiology or neuron, how our neurons work? And if you have heard about this, the concept of mirror neurons, like you feel the pain when someone is screaming and things like that. Do you think there is some kind of a connection? And I was keep wondering when you are showing us the example and all these fun videos. Have you thought about all these things?
Honestly, I didn't think about the mirror neuron that you mentioned just now, but for sure, based on the interviews, they actually shared how they felt like physiological responses after watching mukbang, because
Uh-huh.
you know the visual was very attractive, and then you can also hear the munching sounds and all that. So all of those, the audio and visual aspects of mukbang videos definitely affect their physiological condition. I'll say like they feel more hungry or they feel less hungry. Yeah, after watching mukbang.
Cool, cool. Okay, I think Yas has, oh, before that, Pedro has a question. Pedro, do you want to ask the question by yourself?
You can do that if you don't mind. There's, I think there's a bunch of questions that I'm looking at in the chat, and Lorenzia and Tony, and I think all of us are kind of curious about, I think, two things. One being, do you think the arrival or emergence of new taste or haptic interfaces can help, you know, the viewer's experience to get more? I mean, audio already does a lot with the kind of, you know, chewing sounds and everything, but if we get vibrations and all that stuff, is that a revitalizing way? And then I think I see another question that I wanted to, I'll just put out there for you too, which I think has to do with the mirror neurons comment too very, very well, which is Jeffrey's kind of asking if you've seen people that watch mukbang things while eating to change their experience. So kind of maybe like a transformation of their experience. I don't know to which one you want to talk to. The last one is the coolest.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for the first one. So definitely, if you can incorporate like haptic devices when you watch mukbang, definitely it will improve the viewing experience. And actually, Tony and I discussed that probably in the future or maybe now we can develop like a mouthpiece where we can like sense the food tactile or haptic. So for example, like the crunch, like the texture, we can have like a mouthpiece so we can feel it, like the texture of the food. So that's one idea that Tony and I discussed for the design implication.
To address that
Did
second
that answer
question,
your question? Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Perhaps just to kind of respond to that second idea, I think this is Jeffrey's question, Pedro. The idea of whether watching eating changes my own experience of my own eating. I think that this is possible. To be honest, it's not really something that we were expecting or had kind of sought to explore. That said, that I would say that for my own experience, I would say that, yeah, this sort of happens to some extent in my own experience. But like I said, I think the neurological kind of what's going on, this is definitely sort of beyond what we were trying to explore in our work. But it's certainly worth studying. I think, you know, it makes me think a lot of Nimesha's work, where, you know, the virtual lemonade stand type thing, where like we can kind of modify your taste sensations sort of with kind of very minor things. Like they're not huge ways of changing it, but it does have an effect sort of. So I mean, it sort of makes sense that it would work, but I don't know. It's not things that we thought very hard about.
Yeah. I was actually thinking like what will happen like if when you are watching someone is eating and then probably release some kind of spicy smells and sort of like spices. Probably we can completely augment the flavor experience for different people. Like if someone is want to like flavor the virtual or the video of the food being shown in the video, like added like the spiciness of onto the content, probably you can release some kind of spicy smell or something like that. So you
I think
can
that's a really good
virtually
point.
flavor.
The sort of olfactory experience is actually
Exactly.
it's a fairly passive thing, as opposed to like, you know, if we're trying to modify something that's in the mouth, that needs to be sort of active modification, like that needs to be active on the part of the viewer sort of, which is different.
Yeah.
But
And then
both are
and that's like going to a restaurant and you put some spices into your plate, and it's like adding a flavor layer into your mukbang videos. That's great and crazy. Thank you so much again. And I think for the time being, I think let's move on to the next discussion. We have several questions popping up. Let's try to discuss them towards the end of the session. The last session we have is presented by Parinya. The title of the work is Food Lab, Creating Food Perception Illusions Using Food 3D Printing. Parinya?
Yeah, sure. Okay, 1 second. Hello, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, sure. Yeah, good morning from Japan, and yeah, good evening for in US, I think. So my name is Prenya Patpumsanon. I'm from Osaka University, and today is together with my students and my collaborators, Ding Julin, Sinwen, Daisuke Iwai, Kosuke Sato, Marina Orbis, and Stephen Muller. So we're gonna present the food fab, creating food perception illusions using food 3D printing, but in the very short version. So eating is the real problems, and also eating the food is also the real problems. So what we can do about this, we can actually we can look for what is actually caused us to feel either full or hungry, even we eat a lot of food in just few hours. And we found that it is from the perceived satiety. The perceived satiety is considered as how the person satisfies with the appetite, rather than the actual physical fullness. For example, one price of the cookies might enough to sustain healthy, but however, people want to eat more to satisfy their appetite. So as we usually know is that the way to reduce the balance of the sustain healthy and to satisfy the appetite is to eat slowly, to chew more food that can enhance the perceived satiety. And we're looking at this like why did this happens? Because many research already investigated that they have like slower eating trend to reduce the amount of food intake than the fast eater. Due to the fast eating, increase the concentrations of the calorie in the blood, and then the metabolism has transformed the calorie into the fatty acids, and you might get fat. So what we can do about this? State-of-the-art technologies in this field come up with the visually augmented the food by making it appear virtually larger or change how it smells and so on. Looking for an imaging field, researchers already translate this knowledge into the computational experience. For example, by using the augmented realities, by visually enhance the size of food to manipulate the food intake. However, that imaging techniques allow to manipulate the perceived satieties, the AR and haptics devices are not very practical at this moment, and is need for physical attach or augmented on the body or the food. So in other words, we are seeking the ways to avoid this by doing it physically inside the food. And our solutions come up with using the food 3D printing to integrate directly with the food so that no attachment necessary, and also physically enhance the perceived satieties based on each personal individual. So the next question is, what 3D printing parameter can we use to manipulate the shipping time to manipulate the food? So for standard 3D printing machine, the typical parameter are the layer, the infills, and the outer shells. The infills can be also described as the infill patterns and the infill density. And we just derive this parameter into our food 3D printing. So we focus on infills by selecting the most effective infills patterns, including the honeycomb, Hilbert, and rectilinear. And we also vary the amounts of infill density, including 70% infill, 55% infills, and 39% infill. And the next question is, we have to understand how that parameter and the shipping time is related. So to understand this, we conduct two user study to find out the effects of the different infill patterns and infill density to influence the shipping time. During the experiments, we correct the shipping time through the EMG sensor, and after each cookie, the participant answer the questionnaire, and for more details, please see our paper. Looking for the results, our results found that the different infill patterns lead to the different shipping time as shown in the graph. For example, the honeycomb patterns make the person chew more the food, and comparing to rectilinear, which make the participant chew less. So based on the experimental results, we summarized that we might need to eat less honeycomb cookie than rectilinear cookies to make you feel equally full. And for the infill density, we found that the cookie with the lower infill density, but enhancing the size with the larger size, provided longer chewing time. And the cookie with the higher infill density, but with the smaller size, provided shorter chewing time. When looking for the questionnaire results, the participant laid the cookie with 39% infill, but larger in the appearance, more full compared to 70% infill, but in the small appearance. And we found significant difference amongst the three types of infill. To conclude, from the experience, we learned that 3D printing food with the different infill patterns and the infill density does affect to the chewing time. So how we can integrate what we learn into our system to provide the user to use in daily basis. So that we create the food fab system, which is the title of the paper. And our goals of the system is that the user only input what they want to eat and how hungry they are, such that if they are not very hungry, the system generates the short chewing food for them. Otherwise, if they are super hungry, the system will generate the longer chewing food for them, but keep the same calorie that they need to use per day. And to do so, our system consists of 3 steps. In the first step, we build up the user interface that tells the user what user want and how hungry they are. Then we compute how long people have to chew based on the chewing time required for the infill. And together with the result from our experiments that I just omit in these presentations, we can estimate the infill patterns from the user satiety, then use the estimated chewing times as their input to estimate the infill density. And we just output the 3D printed food out there. And this is how user interfaces look like. So our parameter is this parametrics, and it should be related to our combinational model. And this is full pipeline of this whole project. So in the left side is the part of the parameters that user can adjust per day. And in the middle is the part that the system calculate what is related to the carry and how the infills of the 3D printing should be derived. And for more detail, please see your paper. And just going to the conclusions, which is important for, I think, for this symposium. The food perceptions and fabrications have a lot of opportunities, and not only tackle the food intake, but also to customize the taste structure of the food, improving the eating experience, or to change the way that the food can be processed. And however, there are several aspects that might want to add together, and I just recently a lot of work, that's at least 2 work in these symposiums. We should together into the food perceptions, such that like including sound, smells, also visual together. And not only the ways of perceptions, but also the fabrication method. Another fabrication method, such as the cut into strip or melting into the shape, might be also a good way to help for produce the food. But in our works, we really tackle the food intake issues through the modifications of the food internal structure using the food 3D printing, such as by using the infill density and infill patterns. Of course, they have more opportunities in these fields that we would like to investigate in the future. For example, the food 3D printing should allow the persons to share the similar food experience from the different locations. You might eat sushi, similar to what I eat in Japan, for example, or to make the food that can support the dental conditions that should be supported in the elder care homes and so on. So this is might be short, but yeah, this is all from my side, and I'm looking for the questions and the further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faranya. I think that's a great work, great as well as a great talk, and thank you again. I do have a quick question before I move to Tony's question. I think I also have a similar question, but I will ask Tony's question. But my question is, when the chewing time is extended, did you talk to the participants whether how the satisfaction changes? Yes. Usually, if you want to put more effort to do something, you feel like stressed and you are not that satisfied once you towards the end of the food. Have you explored on that regard?
Yeah, so let me explain a little bit on the experiments. The cookie, actually, we already estimate first, like how long, like maximums that people should chew that cookie. Like I say, like 10 seconds, for example. So we do the pilot study first to see that it does not make the people stressed, but of course they can eat like forever, like buffet. They can eat as much as they want. So when they eat the cookies, the question is like, when they start to stress, we have the indicators. Okay, they just stop on that part. So I don't know if this is answer your questions or not, but yeah, we ask the participants whether they really feel stressed, like after chew super longer food or not, something like that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I think Tony and I think the Mueller also has a similar question. Is there the same amount of material for each of the infills? And
Yes.
does the cookies has same taste sensations throughout the experiment?
Yeah, but first of all, yeah, I forgot something. Yeah, this is a taste session, right? So yes, the cookie has the same taste. Why I say it's the same taste, I cannot pretty sure that it is the same taste, but it's come with the same ingredients, almost the same ingredients and same, like we just control the ingredients of the food. So yeah, we didn't indicate like, okay, is this taste changed like when you eat before or after, but it's pretty sure that it's the same material. So
cool.
And it should be delicious because people eat a lot of cookie, I think.
And I think Yas also has a good point. Before that, Patty says like, hopefully product companies won't use this technique to convince we are getting more food. Hopefully not. But I would like to elaborate on the Yas question. Are differences in infill density readily visible to the participants, or did they notice the changes in the infills, as well as the texture differences impact the chew time?
No, they don't know because we enclose everything like the similar shape, similar food.
Okay.
So they just eat like just a normal.
But when they like take the first bite, they can see the internal structures, right? Did anyone like notice those differences?
That is a good question, but from the video that we record, we didn't find that they are actually looking at the cookies directly. I'm not sure about this. Yes, maybe yes, but maybe no. We didn't take into account this point. This is interesting. Maybe I have to look back to this point again, but we didn't. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, thank you, Parinya, and thank you everyone, all the speakers. And I think we would like to quickly move towards the panel discussion. And I would sort of like to make this one as a thinking about the future. I think when it's coming to taste interfaces, especially nowadays, we can see like most into the augmented reality and overlaying the different sensory aspects, and also like moving into the wearable interfaces, as well as like 3D printing of food kind of stuff. But I would like to listen from each and every speaker and your thoughts about what will be the future of taste interfaces, and how do you envision your own sort of version of future when it's coming to the taste interfaces. And similar work we discussed here. I mean, taste means here again we have to clarify taste, flavor, food, beverages, and everything together. Anything to do with the food and beverages and different attributes of those two. Who wants to go first? Probably we can go ahead with Yan, our first speaker.
Yeah, this is a very like vision point of this. From my perspective, I think when I start to understand like a food, especially this real food work, I always think of what will food change in the future. I think like one way is how our cook food, and the other way is in how our how we eat food, what kind of things we could eat in the future. And now we in our lab, when we use like ingestible sensor, which kind of sensor we could swallow that, and that is used for like medical purpose. But I just curious, like I also curious about this, like in the future, if we change the like material and change our way to produce food, and how people will feel that. And also we could use like different kind of technologies. We could augment our taste and also augment our experience. But for me, I still think of, because food for me is like a pleasurable experience. No matter what kind of technology is, I still want to eat like a decent food and have a good meal and with family members and have a good, no matter good taste or the good qualities. And that's kind of experience for me is very important. And I also learned a lot from the rest of the authors. They give me a good like a point to think of. If in the future we could use this, we use technology, we combine technology and this our sensory experience, and how this kind of things can change our perception of taste, or the real food taste with real food. So that's what I'm think of from our like conversation and our papers. Yeah.
Sounds great. And Tony and Laurencia, you guys have any comments, feedback?
Probably Tony, do you want to go first? Because yeah, I don't have any idea right now.
I think our angle on this was more from the social experience of eating. I think for us,
Yeah, exactly.
like certainly the hows and the mechanisms through which we can enhance the sensorial aspect of eating is super fascinating, right? But I think our particular angle was thinking about how we can enable new way, or how people already engage with technology as it relates to eating, because for us, eating is a social activity, and
Exactly.
thinking about new ways that we can do this. Like for us, like my question to Jan was to think about, like, what does WeScreen look like if I'm sitting over here and you're in, I guess, Australia, right? Like what kind of new experiences can that enable? And I think for Laurentia's work, that was very much the same sorts of things that we were thinking there. What kinds of new social experiences are being enabled through the technology today? So yeah.
Yeah, I think
that
that's sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
sorry to interrupt. Yeah, that's also what I think. Like, especially in this year's situation, like if we sit in front of our like laptop or on a screen, and we will share mails through this Zoom, and if there's some communication with this, no matter sensory or our systems, and what the like a food perception and taste or the experience will be changed through this technology and interactive or in interactions. So that's I also wonder, like, is use like a distance way to do this to increase our or augment our eating experience.
Yeah. I think I also have a comment. I think in a way the technology has influenced the food and perception from a long time, because we all like to eat something while watching a movie, right? So that or watching the TV, that sort of enhance the overall sort of pleasure and perception of the food as well. And Parinya, do you have any comments on the future, and how do you envision your own work in the future?
Yeah, for me, it feels like I looking for like the food for personalized, like what you guys already talks, like if food is experience, if food is social, is yes and is do, but not but it's like social. Within the socials, they have individual space as well. So for me, like for example, like I'm from Thailand, and in Thai we have the restaurant. In the restaurant, you can adjust everything on the food. So you order the food, but it's every taste, like you can just adjust by your own, and you eat it together, right? So I just feel like the food personalizations is one of the aspects on the future aspect of the food that we also should take care. It's not only about the food printings, but also like, okay, how can you augment the taste to make it taste based on your personalized, something like that. And at the same time, it should be keep like the social interactions between each person, even in the remote space or even in the physical space or something like that. So yeah, for me, from my personal, I would still like go into the directions of the food printing, but maybe improving the taste of the food, because now the food 3D printing is not with the good taste. At least everyone know it is the wet food, something like that.
Can I jump in here, Nimesha, with a question or a comment for
Yeah,
Inya
sure.
there?
Go ahead.
I think so super fascinating stuff. This, you know, the COVID thing has made me kind of engage more in my own food making. And one of the things I was thinking about when I was watching your thing was, so there was a bunch of questions asking about taste, but and whether the cookies tasted the same. I think for me, my question is whether or not the texture of the cookie kind of tasted or felt the same. Because for me, I've definitely made dough with basically the same recipe, but you know, under-kneaded the dough or over-kneaded the dough. I've also made cookies that were very clearly way too dense or clearly like way too not dense or whatever. And so for me, the thing that's super fascinating about your stuff is that it brings to the table, and I don't have the vocabulary to talk about, you know, eating sensations in this way yet. But yeah, certainly there's taste, right? Is it salty? Is it sweet? Is it umami? All that kind of stuff. But the other part of the eating experience is definitely the texture thing. And so for me, that was the thing I kept thinking about when I was watching these cookies kind of formed in these different ways and reflecting on the different, like, well, I don't know if they're called bread, if they're as dense as the ones that I made early on. But yeah, it made me think about, you know, foods that have different kind of textures, basically, because of the internal structures. And it seems like that's one of the things that your work is really highlighting for me.
Yes, that this is one of the points, that the texture of the food is also, I think, is reflects to the taste as well. And yeah, in my works, that is one of, I didn't point out in the works, like when people biting the food, we use an EMG sensor that detect how they chew the food. And basically from the graph, as you see, the pattern is different. That is one of the points. I think if we can augment these parts, I don't know whether we augmented these informations, so that maybe we can eat, we can make the food with the same taste and the same experience. But yeah, it also depends on the dental condition and so on as well, which is still a lot of factors that we have to investigate, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting. I think we are towards the end of the session, but I would like to also sort of put all these 3 papers and 3 works together and also see some like patterns. For example, like we can overlay some sounds when the parinyas, different structures are biting, and probably we can use that technique to sort of augment the flavor perception as well. And then I was also thinking, like, while we are watching these mukbang videos, what if the viewer is also eating some food, right? So it doesn't need to be like a congruent or the same type of food, but even to eat like, let's say like we are watching like someone is eating like a spicy food, but you are eating like a plain noodles or like a pasta soup, and then can you also sort of augment the flavor or enhance the spiciness of the food? I was just wondering on that aspects as well. And again, once again, thank you so much for all the speakers, and again, thanks for the Pedro and Yas and all the participants who joined us today. And I think we came to the end of this session, and I would like to ask Pedro to give us the last few words, and then hopefully we can continue these kind of sessions in the future, and especially on the smell and taste aspects, which is something I need to see more from the conferences, and more as sort of like a networking sessions as well. And once again, thank you so much, Pedro.
Thanks, Nimesh. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
All right, great. So I'm just going to try to keep this brief, but the overarching message and the underlying message here is really thank you for being here, for the folks that are watching on YouTube later and the folks that were here today as well earlier. This is really an idea that Jazz and I had together to just put these beautiful CHI 2020 papers all together in sessions, just like we have at CHI Topical, so we can really engage. And we were very happy that people really engage. I look at the chat, and we had over hundreds of messages of people just trying to make sense of each other's work and riff off of each other's work, and that's really what we wanted to see. We had a lot of people registered for this, and they really showed up. Almost 300 people registered from many places all over the world, which also makes us really happy. We centered this around 11 talks from CHI 2020, some DC talks, some extended abstracts. For me and Jazz, things are kind of all the same. I know different people have different hierarchies of CHI, but for us, everything could be interesting. And we structured over 3 sessions that I think are topics that are all very invested with, and we all really like smell, taste, and temperature. Just to give you some numbers on the first session in the morning for the US, we had 152 people, 93 participants on the taste, and 78 on the oh sorry, this is still flipped. 93 on the temperature, and then on the taste, we had 78, the session we are in now. That's normal as kind of we kind of pivot off into a different time zone, and we have less folks awake. We have over 50 questions asked and answered over the forum, and be it live or sometimes by authors typing in, which we also really enjoyed. And if you can, still please continue on the side chat, talking about the works and engaging with the works and exchanging all each other's emails and context. I think this went beautifully because we had 3 amazing session chairs. That was Emanuela, Roshan, and Nimesha, who we just heard in the last session. I want to also thank all the authors. Hopefully you can see them all here in this slide. And also the Q&A assistants, Zoom moderators that were kind of doing a lot of work in the background. This is kind of the stuff is hard to see, but the reason why we could see questions from YouTube onto this chat room is because folks were copying it over from YouTube to here and vice versa and so forth. So thank them as well. And I wanted to really give a special thanks to Jazz Brooks, my student Jazz, who really put this thing all together, like graphics and many other things. Just for context, Jazz has been on this Zoom room with me for 20 hours and 23 minutes, streaming onto YouTube as well. So that's been kind of a little bit of background work that sometimes is hard to see and recognize. So if you can join me thanking Jazz, that would be awesome. And to emphasize the very last and most important point, we didn't make this for, just having a look at these 11 talks, although that was really important for us because we think these are really cool KAI 2020 papers. But we really wanted to have discussions with authors, artists, and we had tons of people that were not from the HCI community, which made us very, very happy, and create new collaborations. So the 2 things that we hope that you start here is that we met someone, and we already saw in the chat people, let's do this work together. That makes us really happy. Please do that work together. Engage, discuss, send emails to each other, make art pieces, and maybe some KAI papers too. And if you think this is something that we should do, either at KAI 2021, hybrid obviously, meaning streaming and physical if possible, or just streaming, let us know as well. You can email me and Jazz at hci@chicago.edu, or just talk to everyone, because we're sort of self-nominated organizers, but we don't have to be the ones doing this. We would love for something like this to happen. It can be with more modalities as well, but we clearly see something interesting here about these haptic modalities that are non-visual. Jazz, if you want to add something, feel free to, and then you can close it up.
Oh gosh, I didn't prepare anything. I guess just a quick comment, I think what's exciting about this is that there's not been very many opportunities to all gather around in this context. Oftentimes these papers are separated into a lot of different sessions when you look through the years. And it's nice having this kind of conversation like what we had just now, crossing over mukbangs with different devices with ways to actually create texture, taste, and sound. And I think that's what we have as an opportunity moving forward if we keep on doing this kind of big gatherings, however they take form. So like Pedro said, this has been incredibly exciting, and I at least have my fingers crossed that people email us, so please do.
Great, that's it. Thank you everyone for attending. I know this is all crazy time zones for everyone, but we are really happy that you were able to present your work and to hear each other's work and to ask questions and engage. Thank you so much. That's it for us.
Thank you, and bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.